#100# to get started. Courtesy, Here's General Insurance. Terms and conditions apply.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
All right, so we expect another guest to call in for our conversation. So when that guest drops by, we're going to have the second commercial. But for now, we have to continue. All right? Let me take you through the items you listened to. The birthday celebrant at the weekend just turned 58 years. Speaking of his support for Tinubu, he said from day one, it was never hidden. Sir, that's not entirely correct, though. You did not make it public. In fact, we never heard until after the election that you were supporting Tinubu. Sayes on Wike. We never heard. You kept saying power must go to the south. Give us deal. You give us deal. You never said it that you were supporting Tinubu. Even your supporters cannot argue with me on this one. But then he's a celebrant, so you know what I mean. Yesterday, Governor Fubara was on ground for the inauguration of the TAF estate on the airport road. I think the phase 1, I think so, 1,000 units. It's not entirely free. People paid. People paid, by the way. Anyway, the governor's remarks you listened to there, I don't want to dwell so much on it, so let's move on. Dangote this time is aiming his shots at Farouk Ahmed. That's the Chief Executive Officer of the NMDPRA. I used to know the full meaning or sorry, let's just spare ourselves the agony, yeah? But you listen to Dangote there, the guy is serious. So these allegations are strong allegations, very strong allegations against the Chief Executive Officer there. He said he's ready. If they come out to deny, he will sue the school. He will sue them to provide information about his children. But of course, we've been mentioning here that there's been a cold war between Dangote and the NMDPRA, because the NMDPRA, they keep insisting that Dangote has not met our national need in terms of monthly supply of, I think it's daily supply of petrol, that he has not met it. I, for one, as a consumer, one of the things I say to myself is, when they roll out these figures, the same way they used to roll out same figures then, I know that there was difficulty in me buying petrol. Like, you have to calculate and plan and crack your head where you can buy petrol, right? And not just buying petrol of good quality. But since Dangote started rolling out his petrol, see, it costs though, but there's stability in supply. There's stability in supply. So when they keep telling, NNDP keep saying, this is what you produce, this is what we need, and so on and so on, I just find it difficult to reconcile those figures. Anyway, Dangote is not having it anymore. He said they are sabotaging him. They don't want him to succeed. $20 billion refinery, no be my Maisha. So the man is fighting with everything that he's got. Dangote there speaking. We may talk about it. We may just talk about it. So let's move on from there. Special advisor to the president on information and strategy, Baron Anuga, had a sit down yesterday on Channels TV and was asked a number of questions. His response to all of those questions you heard this morning. First off, he doesn't go about with any security. He doesn't need it. He can go anywhere. He doesn't need SSS. He's streetwise, if you get what I mean. He talked about that. He talked about the year closing and how 2025 has been, where he said 2025 has actually been a very good year. Nigerians are beginning to benefit, not just feel, we're beginning to benefit from the impact of the Tinubu policy. That's huge. And then he also talked about the budget for 2026, the kind of mathematics that the Tinubu administration seemed to be doing. Talked about that. Talked about the attitude of some Nigerians criticizing government and the rest of them. So you listen to Bayo Nanuga there. And lastly, Einaya Baribe, senator from Abia State, speaks of, he's not a member of the ADC, but he's part of the coalition. He's not a member of the ADC, but he's part of the coalition. And he believes that Tinubu will go in 2027. They will defeat Tinubu in 2027. I don't have any plans to go anywhere, and Christ has not told me that he's coming before 2027. So we'll go there, yeah. We'll look for him. That election go out. And some of the panelists are even saying, not true, you go. Me, I'm a journalist, I dey wait. When this one talk, we'll bring the report. This one talk, we'll bring the report. We'll put all of them, we'll give you. When the time reach, we'll remind them. I thought you said it. I said, Allah, we did not say it. We did not say it. Anyway, my job is to bring you the information. All right? So let's go through the channels for you to reach out and make your contribution. 0810-9510-951. Again, 0810-9510-951. So use this number to call us live. This morning. You prefer to send a message, 0701-9339-962. 0701-9339-962. This you can use to send us a text, or if you prefer to do a WhatsApp message, you can send us a WhatsApp text or a voice message. Please limit it to 60 seconds. Your voice message limit to 60 seconds so we can listen to yours and the next person. On Facebook, we have post for opinion poll. On Facebook, post for opinion poll at Today95.1fm. We also have the general post on Facebook as well. And then on X, we have post for opinion poll at Today FM 951. Today FM 951. So let's begin. Daily Post is our first stop this morning, and it opens with Tinubu will lose 2027 election. Senator Einaya Baribe, we listened to the senator speak just now, so let's roll this over. My alliance with Buhari removes sitting president Jonathan. Tinubu recounts. Okay, he was speaking at the launch of the biography of the late former president, launch of Buhari's official biography, From Soldier to Statesman, the legacy of Muhammadu Buhari at the presidential villa. I don't know who wrote this book. I've been looking for who wrote the book. Some people say it's former IGP Adamu, former Inspector General of Police Adamu. So I don't know yet, but you have a lot of excerpts from the book making the headlines this morning. All of these things are a collection of history. So if you can find it and you think it's worthwhile your read, please do. Anyway, I've rolled it over. Police to resume tinted glass permit enforcement from January 2. Police to resume tinted glass permit enforcement from January 2. I read the full statement from the Force Headquarters this morning. Let's move on. Tribune, Supreme Court affirms President's power to declare state of emergency, suspend elected officials. We'll have a closer discussion on this today, and I will try to keep it as technical as possible. I will just try. Supreme Court affirmed the constitutional power of the President. Did they affirm it? That's a big question. Did they affirm it? Supreme Court affirmed the constitutional power of the President to declare a state of emergency in any state to prevent a breakdown of law and order or a descent into chaos and anarchy. A split decision of 6-1 Justice of the Supreme Court on Monday upheld the President's authority under the Constitution to proclaim a state of emergency, and further held that during such a period, the President may suspend elected officials provided any such suspension is for a limited duration. Let's stop there because we'll look at some of the other issues in just a bit. So I'm rolling the story over as well. It's been talked about. That's why it's not on the front burner in terms of topic for opinion poll. Yesterday, several conversations on it. But we'll just talk about it. We'll try to make some sense of it. All right. So let me roll this over. Nigeria's inflation, headline inflation eased to 14.45% in November. MBS. They said the president said it at the start of 2025 that he was going to bring down inflation to 15%. Now it's 14.45%. The presidency, they are celebrating this. As I walk out the streets and I want to buy something, it doesn't show me that inflation is dropping. Nigeria's headline inflation rate eased to 14.45% in November 2025, down from 16.05% recorded in October, according to the latest Consumer Price Index CPI report released on Monday by the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS. The Bureau says the November figure represents a decline of 1.6 percentage points compared with the October 2025 headline inflation rate, signaling a slowdown in the pace of price increases across the economy. The November 2025 headline inflation rate shows a decrease of 1.6% compared to the October 2025 headline inflation rate. Inflation indicators measure changes in the prices of goods and services over a 12-month period. A decline in inflation, the MBS explained, does not necessarily mean that prices are falling, but rather at the rate which prices are increasing actually has been moderated. On a year-on-year basis, the headline inflation rate stood at 14.45% in November 2025, which was 20.15 percentage points lower than the 34.60% recorded in November 2024. The Bureau attributed this sharp moderation largely to the effect of a different base year, with November 2009 set as the base year. On a month-about basis, however, headline inflation rose to 1.22% in November 2025, up from 0.29 percentage points from 0.93% recorded in October. According to the MBS, this indicates that average prices increased at a faster pace in November compared to the preceding month. Food inflation followed a similar trend. The MBS says the food inflation rate stood at 11.08% on a year-on-year basis in November 2025, representing a significant decline of 28.85 percentage points from 39.93% recorded in November of 2024. The Bureau went on to note that a sharp drop in annual food inflation figure was technically due to the change in the base year. On a month-on-month basis, food inflation increased to 1.13% in November 2025 compared to a contraction of 0.37% in October. The MBS attributes the increase in higher prices of key food items, including dried tomatoes, cassava tubers, shell periwinkle, ground pepper, eggs, crayfish, unshelled egusi, oxtail, and fresh onion. It added that the average annual rate of food inflation for the 12 months ending November 2025 was 19.68%, which was 18.99% points lower than the 38.67% recorded in November of 2024. Atiku, Obi, Mark, Onyegu, others raise alarm over threat against multi-party democracy. It's an interesting read, but I'm going to be very selective today. So I'm not throwing this story away. I'm going to read it likely tomorrow. So let's just roll this over for the sake of time. The Cable opens with the next story. Senate faults multiple budget rollovers. Ask FIRS to raise 2026 revenue target to 35 trillion naira. This is the Senate. The same people that would approve it when the time comes. The same Senate. The Senate Committee on Finance has faulted the implementation of multiple budgets in a single fiscal year, citing the federal government's experience in 2025. The concerns were raised on Monday during an interactive session between members of the finance team and key economic managers on the 2026-2028 Medium-Term Expenditure Framework (MTEF) and Fiscal Strategy Paper (FSP). Sani Musa, Senator representing Niger East and chairman of the committee, presided over the session. Wale Edu, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, told the committee that while revenue targets for the 2024 budget were met, projections for the 2025 fiscal year fell short. Edu went on to say that funding for the capital component of the 2025 budget was achieved through the realization of the projected revenue of 26 trillion naira, adding that only 10 trillion has been realized out of the 40 trillion naira projected for 2025, resulting in a shortfall of 30 trillion naira. Out of the projected 40 trillion revenue for the 2025 fiscal year, only 10 trillion has been realized, leaving a shortfall of 30 trillion naira and consequently making the federal government to roll over about 70% of capital projects captured in the 2025 fiscal year to 2026. Danjuma Goje, Senator representing Gombe Central, said the practice of implementing multiple budgets in a single year is unacceptable to Nigerians. This ugly situation we find ourselves in on multiple budget implementation should please end by this year. It is not acceptable. Things must be normalized from next year, Goje said. The committee chairman assured lawmakers that budget projections and implementation would be normalized from 2026. He said a three-member ad hoc committee would be constituted to liaise with the Minister of Finance and the Accountant General of the Federation on the payment of local contractors for projects executed in 2024 before the budget expires in December 31. And then the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, Adejeji, told the committee that the agency generated 20.2 trillion naira in 2024 and 25.2 trillion naira in 2025. So where do they want to get more money? The new tax laws. You guys getting ready. It is going to be interesting, I tell you. Okay. 2.14 billion naira contract fraud. Ngige to remain in Kuje prison as court adjourns bail ruling to December 18. A Federal Capital Territory High Court in Guaripa, Abuja has ordered that Chris Ngige, former Minister of Labour and Employment, remains in Kuje Correctional Center till December 18, pending ruling on his bail application. Miriam Hassan, presiding judge, issued the order on Monday after taking arguments from both the prosecution and defense on Ngige's bail application. Patrick Ikueto, counsel to Ngige, prayed the court to admit his client to bail for several reasons, especially on health grounds. He told the court that the former minister would not jump bail or interfere with witnesses. However, Sylvanus Tahir, counsel to the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, opposed the bail request, insisting that Ngige was a flight risk. He told the court that the defendant was granted administrative bail by the anti-graft agency and allowed to travel abroad for medical care but never reported back, adding that the former minister never returned his international passport, which was released to him to facilitate his trip abroad. Tahir told the court that Ngige claimed he lost his passport after his arrest. He prayed the court to dismiss the bail application. After the submissions, the judge adjourned till December 18 to deliver a ruling on the bail application. Malami alleges witch hunt, as says EFCC chair was indicted by Malami panel. Abubakar Malami, former Attorney General of the Federation, has asked Ola Olukoede, chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, to step aside from his investigation. In a statement yesterday by Mohammed Bello Doka, his media aide, Malami says his detention, investigation, and threatened prosecution were politically motivated following his defection to the African Democratic Congress, ADC. He alleges that the EFCC's actions were driven by historical animosity and a personal vendetta rather than genuine law enforcement concerns. Malami said while serving as Attorney General, the federal government constituted the Ayo Salami Judicial Commission of Inquiry to investigate allegations of corruption and abuse of office within the EFCC. He went on to add that Olukoede served as secretary to the commission, whose report, according to Malami, contains serious findings implicating the EFCC chairman, particularly in Chapter 9. Malami went on to add that the circumstances surrounding the current investigation show that he's been prejudged and could not receive a fair, objective, or lawful investigation under Olukoede's leadership. He asked that the matter be transferred to another appropriate enforcement agency to restore credibility and public confidence. Malami also called on Lateef Fagbemi, Attorney General of the Federation, to prevail on the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission EFCC chairman to recuse himself to prevent further institutional damage. The former AGF demanded his immediate prosecution or release, insisting that he be arraigned before a court of competent jurisdiction within 24 hours in line with sections 35, sub 3, 4 and 5 of the Constitution. Malami accused the EFCC of attempting to rely on individuals convicted by foreign courts and serving criminal sentences abroad as witnesses against him. He described the alleged move as desperate, scandalous, and corrosive to the integrity of Nigeria's criminal justice system. Malami says his legal team had requested certified true copies of the petitions forming the basis of the investigation, including one by Human and Environmental Agendas dated September 11, 2023, and another by Grassroots Advocacy for Peace and Good Governance. He also demanded certified true copies of the EFCC's investigation report, which he says were necessary to prepare his defense. Okay. Joint Revenue Board asks Police, Office of the National Security Advisor to clamp down on illegal road collection of levies. And I picked this one for opinion poll because we see this every day. Checkpoints, vehicle stickers, and all of them. They want it to stop. It's all part of the harmonized taxation plan, right? And I asked, do you trust that this can be stopped? Do you trust that this can be stopped? The Joint Revenue Board, JRB, has called on security authorities to act swiftly to eliminate illegal roadblocks set up along the country's transport corridors for the collection of taxes, levies, rates, and charges. The resolution was contained in a communique issued at the end of the 158th meeting of the board held December 9 and 10 in Abuja. It was convened in a statement signed by Zak Adedeji, chairman of the Joint Revenue Board, and Olusegun Adeshoka, its executive secretary. The meeting themed Managing Transition, Driving Transformation, Building the Future of Tax Administration in Nigeria, focused on the board's transition from the Joint Tax Board to the Joint Revenue Board and its implications for national and subnational revenue administration. The board described the transition to the JRB as a bold step toward a more coordinated, efficient, and coherent framework for revenue administration in the country. The Revenue Board said the new structure is expected to strengthen collaboration among revenue authorities, improve information sharing, and enhance tax compliance nationwide. The board commends the federal government for the far-reaching fiscal policy, blah, 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 and so on and so forth. The board affirms that the future of tax administration hinges on accurate, comprehensive, and interoperable data, and resolve that strengthening data sharing frameworks and deploying analytic tools for revenue administration purposes will promote streamlined processes and harmonization of revenue practices. The board restates its commitment to eradicating the menace of non-state actors in the nation's revenue administration value chain and calls on the Office of the National Security Advisor, the Nigeria Police, and all relevant security agencies to take immediate steps toward eliminating illegal roadblocks mounted and operated along the nation's road transport corridors for the purpose of collection of taxes, levies, rates, and charges, while ensuring the integrity of the nation's tax administration process, especially at the subnational level. The board further emphasized the outright abolition of the design, production, issuance, and enforcement of road stickers and similar instruments by both state and non-state actors. The JRB urged Nigerians to resist such practices and report offenders to security agencies for appropriate sanctions. In addition, the board calls on all states to fast-track the passage of the harmonized taxes and levies approved list for collection bill into law. According to the Revenue Board, the move would ensure uniform application of taxes, rates, and levies at the subnational level, in line with the objectives of the ongoing national tax reforms. So this is another very interesting story, but for time's sake, I'm going to quickly just roll it over. We'll come back to it, hopefully tomorrow. Court nullifies impeachment of Wale Adedayo as Ijebu East LG chair, awards 30 million naira damages. So some time ago, we heard of a council chairman that came out to accuse Dapo Abiodun of Ogun State that he was diverting local government funds, if you recall, and he was impeached by his councillors. Well, this is the case. He took it to court, and the court has found his impeachment as not properly done. So it has nullified the impeachment of the local government chairman. It's an interesting read, a lot of things in between. It's more about the information we can extract from it in looking at how some of these cases could go. That's why the story is here, okay? But for time's sake, we'll look at it hopefully tomorrow. So this is the second story. I'm moving over to tomorrow. Premium Times has the next set of stories. Dangote expands allegation against NMDPRA's chief executive. So I think I can... Nigerian Midstream Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. That's the name I was looking for, the full meaning of NMDPRA. But we'll listen to Dangote speak on this. Oh, I heard that the House of Reps committee, when I heard it, even me, I said, this wasn't serious. Dangote is calling out this person. They are coming to talk. The House of Representatives Joint Committees on Petroleum Resources, Downstream and Midstream summoned both parties and directed an immediate halt to public altercations. The committee said the intervention was aimed at preventing an escalation of tensions capable of destabilizing Nigeria's downstream petroleum sector, which they clearly note have only recently begun to experience relative stability. The committee is chaired by Rep. Ugochinyere. So they're the ones summoning Dangote and Farouk to come. When I saw me, I just laughed. I said, well, this is the right time to seek attention. This is the kind of matter that the president will call them, or the minister will call them. It's the committee member in the House of Rep that is calling them. Anyway, let's move on. Politicians orchestrating insecurity to stop Tinubu's re-election. Matawale. The Minister of State for Defense, Bello Matawale, has alleged that a cabal of politicians is deliberately exploiting and waging insecurity to destabilize the administration of President Bola Tinubu and stop his potential 2027 re-election bid. In an interview with DC Al-Hausa on Sunday, the minister said the alleged strategy was employed against former President Goodluck Jonathan in the run-up to the 2015 general election. He also claimed that the same individual were involved in a failed plan to topple the government using the military. He linked the escalating calls for his removal from office directly to a desperate effort to obstruct a high-profile investigation he's leading into the alleged failed coup. The real reasons behind the campaign, or this campaign for my removal from office, those spearheading this campaign are involved in a failed plan to topple the government, and I am among the team that is investigating it. Okay, so he's given us a confirmation that there indeed was a coup. That's what he has just said. He said the investigation includes tracing the contacts of those colluding with some unpatriotic Nigerians, and that the EFCC was probing some of these politicians for allegedly investing heavily in the plot to topple the president. So indeed, there was a coup. The minister also said his pivotal role in the recent release of the abducted schoolgirls in Benin Kebbi fueled the campaign for his removal. He speculated that his detractors wanted to use security incidents as a political campaign tool against President Tinubu, mirroring the 2015 playbook. Matawale is currently facing intense scrutiny and demands for his dismissal over his actions while serving as governor of Zamfara State, particularly his alleged affiliation or facilitation of banditry. While addressing the accusations, the minister challenged his accusers to substantiate their claims with evidence and take him to court, stating that they should stop the baseless allegations or be ready to pay damages. He defended his negotiations with bandits in Zamfara, comparing them to the Niger Delta Amnesty Program brokered during the administration of late President Umaru Yar'Adua. He also noted that similar peace processes in Katsina and Niger states with positive results were now being observed in Kaduna State. Matawale said Zamfara peace accord with the bandits had the approval of the federal government under the late President Buhari and the consent of all local stakeholders, including traditional rulers and clerics. The minister went on to single out his successor, Zamfara State Governor Daudu Lawal, as a member of the opposition People's Democratic Party, as a key figure in the smear campaign. Let's move on. Hours after assuring civilian safety in operations, Air Force bombs many in Borno State. Air Force strikes or airstrikes by the Nigerian Air Force targeting terrorist positions in Borno State have killed an unspecified number of civilians on Sunday, December 14. A security source disclosed this to Premium Times, saying the airstrikes were launched between 6 a.m. and 4 p.m. in the Mararaba area in Kukawa local government area of Borno State. The incident occurred few hours after the Nigerian Air Force had vowed to protect civilian populations in its ongoing operations, which the United States supported. The airstrikes reportedly killed fishermen and commercial drivers gathered at a terminus junction between the road that leads to Daban Masara in Kukawa and the Baderi in Mate local government area. Commercial drivers had gathered in the area to convey both the fish products and fishermen to their destinations. Confirming 3 casualties and destruction of 10 vehicles, the sources said the number of civilians killed by the Air Force is uncertain, but a high number of civilians have been killed and vehicles destroyed, adding that some casualties had been conveyed to the General Hospital in Mungono for treatment. Okay, the Air Force has not issued a statement about the incident. Premium Times will follow up and provide further updates as they emerge. And then video of collapsed flyover in Abia, AI generated, media aid. Abia State government has refuted online reports claiming that the Osisioma flyover on the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway collapsed and killed some people. Ferdinand Ikioma, special advisor on media and publicity to Governor Alex Otti of Abia State, told the news agency of Nigeria, NAN, on Saturday that some trolls had created an AI-generated video that was trending online. He said the trolls intended to tarnish the state government's image and induce fear in people, especially those living in Aba and using the interchange. He said there was no such incident as the collapse of the flyover at Osisioma Junction, hence no record of any death from such a phantom accident. And then Daily Trust. Filling stations to dispense petrol at 739 naira from Tuesday. That'll be from today, yeah? We'll listen to Dangote. It's part of his Christmas gift to Nigerians. if the stations would comply now. That's what he's saying. So he says those that choose not to comply can be seen as saboteurs. They are sabotaging his efforts and the government by ensuring that there is seeming scarcity. Okay, I want to introduce panelists, but I told you that we'll do a bit of a conversation on what the Supreme Court did yesterday. Somehow I've been able to get the summary of what the Supreme Court said in their judgment yesterday. Yes. So it's a little bit confusing, but we'll talk about it. Did the Supreme Court actually give a ruling, or the case was dismissed and just talked about an issue? That's what we'll find out. Let me introduce panelists. His Eminence, Archbishop Ambassador Dr. Ibioku G. Bob Manuel, Presiding Bishop, Joint Heirs in His Kingdom International Ministry, Atali Port Harcourt, a strategist and a public affairs analyst. Archbishop, welcome, sir.
Thank you, Kelly, and our audience and panelists. God bless.
Frank Eneawaji Oguwonuno, public affairs analyst and author. Welcome, sir. Good morning.
Thank you. Compliment, Susan.
Compliments.
God bless us.
Dr. Obidima is a journalist, international affairs analyst, lecturer in international diplomacy, River State University. Doctor, welcome. Good morning.
Thank you. Very good morning.
And Mr. Emmanuel Indukwe, in-house analyst. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Good morning, Nigeria.
Okay, give me 2 minutes. So the summary of what the Supreme Court did is it's in a 14-page document, and I'm not going to read all. I won't read all 14 pages. Okay. The case between Attorney General of Adamawa State, Attorney General of Akwa Ibom State, Attorney General of Bauchi State, and the rest of them as plaintiffs. You have the Attorney General of the Federation and National Assembly as defendants. Summary of the majority judgment delivered by Mohammed Baba Idris. I'm jumping into things. The first thing is establish the issue of objections jurisdiction. Jurisdiction is the lifeblood of adjudication. It is the authority conferred on a court to hear and determine a matter, and without it, any proceedings conducted or judgment delivered are a nullity, no matter how well reasoned. In determining whether it has jurisdiction, the court is guided strictly by the plaintiff's originating processes, particularly the originating summons and supporting affidavits, since it is the plaintiff's claim that defines the scope of the court's jurisdiction. Section 232 sub 1 of the Constitution confers original jurisdiction on this court in disputes between the Federation and the states or between states, provided the dispute involves a question on which the existence or extent of a legal right depends. From settled authority, 3 conditions must coexist before this jurisdiction can be validly invoked. There must be a dispute between the Federation and a state or states or between states. The dispute must involve a question of law or fact. The dispute must concern the existence or extent of a legal right. Upon a careful examination of the plaintiff's questions and reliefs, it is clear that their grievance arose principally from the declaration of a state of emergency in Rivers State, the suspension of the governor, deputy governor, and House of Assembly of the state, and the appointment of a sole administrator. However, none of the plaintiffs represents Rivers State. And neither did they establish any authority to litigate on his behalf. Was there any deposition showing that a state of emergency had been declared in any of the plaintiff states? The plaintiffs also relied on an alleged statement made by the Attorney General of the Federation during a media briefing, which they construed as a threat to their respective states. Such a statement, standing alone, cannot constitute an actionable conduct of the Federation itself for the purpose of invoking Section 231, Sub 1. Complaints directed against individual officials or functionaries of the federal government, even when acting in their official capacities, do not amount to disputes, because the Federation and a state within between a federation and a state within the contemplation of the Constitution. So that's the area of jurisdiction. In the circumstances, the plaintiffs failed to disclose any reasonable or justiciable dispute between them and the Federation capable of invoking the original jurisdiction of this court. The absence of a competent court of action is fatal and deprives this court of jurisdiction. Consequently, the suit is incompetent and must be struck out. However, in view of the significance of Section 305 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended in our legal framework and jurisprudence, it is imperative to undertake a considered discussion on the scope and exercise of the powers conferred thereby, as such an examination will serve to elucidate the application and enhance our understanding of its role within the broader constitutional and legal system. So I don't know if this can be considered as a judgment. Maybe I'll read it again. It is imperative to undertake a considered discussion on the scope and exercise of the powers conferred thereby, as such an examination will serve to elucidate its application and enhance our understanding of its role within the broader constitutional and legal system. Nigeria operates a federal system of government founded on constitutional supremacy, separation of powers, and checks and balances. By virtue of sections 4 to 7 of the Constitution, governmental powers are divided among the executive, legislature, and judiciary and distributed across the federal, state, and local government tiers. No arm or tier of government is constitutionally superior to another, and none may lawfully usurp the powers expressly vested in another. The Constitution, as a ground norm, defines the structure of governance, allocates authority, and prescribes the limits within which all governmental powers must be exercised. Consequently, no part of the Federation may be governed, and no person or authority may exercise governmental power except as authorized by the Constitution. At the same time, the Constitution recognizes the extraordinary situations may arise in which the normal machinery of governance is imperiled. In such circumstances, the Constitution permits a temporary expansion of federal powers for the sole purpose of preserving public order, safeguarding constitutional governance, and protecting the unity and security of the Federation. It is within the narrow context that Section 305 provides for the declaration of a state of emergency. A state of emergency in constitutional theory and comparative practice is a temporary legal regime designed to enable the state to respond effectively to grave threats such as war, internal unrest, natural disasters, or threats to national security. Even so, emergency powers are never absolute. Across constitutional democracies, emergency powers remain subject to legal limits, legislative oversight, and judicial scrutiny. Then they talked about nations that carried this thing out, Pakistan, India, and Nigeria. The Nigerian constitution adopts a markedly different approach. Section 305 authorizes the president to proclaim a state of emergency under specified conditions, including war, imminent danger of invasion, actual or threatened breakdown of public order or safety, or other public danger threatening the existence of the Federation. However, unlike the constitutions of India and Pakistan, Section 305 of the Nigerian Constitution does not expressly confer power on the president to assume or temporarily displace the executive or legislative institutions of a state. This omission is deliberate and reflects Nigeria's constitutional commitment to federalism and the autonomy of state governments. In interpreting Sections 305, this court is guided by settled principles of constitutional interpretation as restated in cases Skybank versus Iwu 2017 and the rest of them. Applying these principles, Section 305 of the Nigerian Constitution is clear in its grant of power to proclaim a state of emergency, but silent on the precise content of the extraordinary measures that may follow. This silence is intentional. Emergencies are inherently situational. They vary in scope, intensity, and threat. The Constitution therefore entrusts the president with discretion to determine the measures required to restore peace and security, subject always to constitutional limits, proportionality, legislative oversight, and judicial review. And they went on and on and on. Nevertheless, the president's discretion under Section 305 is not unfettered. Emergency measures must be temporary, corrective, and proportionate. They must be directed towards restoring constitutional governance, not extinguishing it. any permanent displacement or abrogation of democratically elected institutions would constitute a constitutional aberration. Outside a validly declared state of emergency, the president possesses no power whatsoever to interfere with state executive or legislative institutions. My confusion is this, because they also talked about the National Assembly, talked about the Senate and the House of Reps. It's quite a lot, but I can't take you through all that. Also, Comrade Ruben Izujina just joined us. Welcome, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, Kelly. Good morning to my colleagues, too.
Let's begin first. That part that I read, they say when they gave the established jurisdiction, this court does not have jurisdiction because the parties did not tell us how they were affected by the state of emergency in Rivers State. Even as Rivers State was not represented, they established that they didn't have jurisdiction. So the case was dismissed. But they went on to talk about there is a need for us to talk about this issue. Does that then make it a judgment? That's what they said. There is a need for us to talk about this issue. Because the main substance was dismissed for lack of jurisdiction.
Okay.
But they went on to say, this issue, we should talk about it. They talking about it, does it equate to a judgment? Mr. Ndike.
Kelly, I do not see it as a judgment myself, according to my understanding. But of course, remember that I'm not a lawyer. Because so far as you read there, what I see is that their discussion is elucidatory. It was just explaining the whole thing because there have been questions around these areas. And so they want to make it known to people. I do not see it as a judgment. At all, I don't see it as a ruling even. But just to explain for me, in the first place, they've said they've struck it off. And then the jurisdiction is not there also. But they want all these places you have rough edges, as it were. They want to prune off the rough edges by explaining all these facts to Nigerians. So if any other legal opinion comes that it was a ruling, well, maybe there are things that lawyers understand that I do not. But for me, it's just an explanation of all these issues.
Dr. Bidima.
Yes, I think anything that comes out of the court is either a ruling or a judgment. It is not story they are telling to the public. I think Supreme Court is quite confusing the whole matter. I believe that if they are ended on the issue that maybe dismissing the matter for lack of
Jurisdiction. Local standard.
No, on the part of the states. I also, though I'm not a lawyer, I also don't agree with them based on past judgments we have read.
Okay.
That Rivers State was not represented does not matter. State have the decision to seek for interpretation of that. It's not about the issue of they did not go there by the issue of Rivers State.
Okay, so we'll come back to this. I don't want to rush this, but we'll come back to this. But you feel that for the fact that the judges talked about this,
yes,
it's a judgment.
They are giving a ruling over
judgment.
this. It is.
Archbishop.
Well, if you ask me, it would have been one of the matters I would not want to discuss publicly. It shows how politicized our Supreme Court has become.
Yes.
That's why I said, because at times a judge was saying the other day, that's the president of the appeal court. She was saying that we keep castigating judges and that most of the time we have not come out with very clear instances why we think they are not what they are. And these are one of the things. For instance, if you look, there was no due litigation or even due judicial processes concerning that matter. They delayed the matter until the emergency period expired, which made it a mere academic exercise. The Supreme Court showed so much interest in protecting the presidency, and there were past judgments, and this, according to judicial minds, there have been a lot of reflections made on this, formally and informally, based on judicial pronouncements of the past and activities of the past. And they say the law is an ass. Maybe that's what we're seeing here now. Anybody can come at any time and put it whichever way. It does not make us look serious. If you look at international jurisprudence, what makes judges set apart is monumental statements that they have made that stood the test of time. I don't take this, what the real judgment there is that they deny themselves of jurisdiction. I don't think that Supreme Court will say there is no matter that is that. Supreme Court, that's even an, a misnomer.
But it's not everything that you take to the Supreme Court.
No, let me tell you. The Supreme Court is the final arbiter of all cases. Mm-hmm. So if that case can be filed in Supreme Court and they gave a hearing, does not they have jurisdiction. But what they are trying to say now is what the interest of the parties that came.
Okay, so
now that interest, for in fact, that interest should not define, because those governors came based with the fear that if this that has been done wrongly by the president in Rivers State could be applied to them in due course. So look, Supreme Court interpret because we have an interest. To the extent that the matter they are making reference to is not directly from their state, or they are not stakeholders of Rivers State, does not stop them, the president, from getting to their state subsequently. So they were apprehensive.
Okay, so
and again, that Supreme Court is a policy court.
And what I just read, I like to stay with the first part. We'll come back to the second part, which is the area of jurisdiction. Let me go to Mr. Ugonunu. Does that sound like a judgment?
It's a judgment because, one, for me, it is very, very controversial. See, it is unfortunate that in this part of the world, instead of us to solve problems, we are even creating more problems, because this is like not even having a kind of specific direction. You don't throw it open. Even the lawyers are confused. Once it's like, you see from this angle, it's wrong with you. Now the question is, was that state of emergency declared in this country that must be tested using the practice of the law? The answer to my informed mind is yes. Does the president have the right to declare state of emergency? Yes. But on what situation? You know, they have even refused to talk about natural disaster. In some countries of the world that even they have mentioned India. Are you aware that India sometimes declares state of emergency or emergency on flood?
No, they mentioned India. One moment, sir. They mentioned India with respect to the powers of the president to suspend elected officials.
Yeah. Okay, but the area I'm coming from is that they refuse to mention even if there is natural disaster.
Eminent danger can be a natural disaster.
Okay, yeah. But they can also be misinterpreted. But that's one of the things they use to declare state of emergency in Rivers State. Yes. What I want to say is that this judgment.
For you, it's a judgment.
It's a judgment because, one, they went to court to say, can you clarify to the public?
Okay.
Does Mr. President have the right to even suspend?
Okay. Sorry, can I just give you this information? I'm coming. You know, Supreme Court has a tradition. Whenever a judgment, of course, the first one is a judgment, depriving the litigants to say they don't have any business to bring this matter to court, so they don't have jurisdiction. But besides that, it's a tradition of the Supreme Court that every judgment they take, either divided or together, they must come out with an explanation on a later day. It's the same tradition why they took that judgment. That's the same thing that has also happened in this matter.
No, sir. That's quite different. No, sir. Respectfully, that's not the case. Comrade
Kelly, just like what everyone have said here.
Forgive me, I have a commercial break. Do I have one? Okay, I don't have. Please go on.
Just like what everyone have said here, I keep saying this, that the judiciary is a major problem in the setback of governance and our well-being as a people in this country. I listened to Einaya Baribe Kinley last night, and when he was trying to make reference to the judiciary involved in politics, it's like their judgment, you see, is a judgment, but they are telling you, use your tongue to count your teeth. And you know, you can use your tongue, you get 32. You can use your tongue, you get 40. You can use your tongue, you get less than that. When ordinarily they should have told you clearly that your teeth are 32. Why don't you give a clear-cut judgment with an explanation that everybody goes home satisfied? You are the apex in the judiciary. You left gray areas, and you're saying that I don't want. See, the truth about it is, I told a friend of mine who is a lawyer, we find ourselves in the studio. I said, you people, your kinds, you are the problems. Because after this stage now, where do you expect anybody to go? There is no, you are the apex. What the lower courts could not do, you should be able to do. Now you have told the litigants, oh, you don't have this jurisdiction to. But meanwhile, use your tongue and count. What are the questions you are asking that there are some certain things we need to talk about that you couldn't explain there?
Okay.
You see, Kelly, I don't understand. I'm not a lawyer. However, I use my practical wisdom always.
Use your tongue.
Now, you see, they decline jurisdiction. They don't have it. Thank you very much.
They would have stopped there.
On what ground are you adjudicating if it's a judgment?
That is the problem.
I said it's an explanation. My understanding.
He said it's an explanation.
Yes.
It's not a judgment.
Yes.
That's why I read. What I read is the CTC is not out yet. The certified true copy of what played out in court is not out yet.
So
what I read is a summary of what happened in court yesterday. It's a summary that I just read.
From where?
From
the judges. No, listen, the one that from those summary came, is it from the judges?
From the ruling.
That
You know that when the CTC comes, it comes with all the details.
Yes.
This document doesn't have all the details. This document is 14 page. Those documents are sometimes 80 pages.
Okay, summarized.
This is a summary of what the Supreme Court did yesterday.
Yes.
That's what I just read. And in fact, there are three key areas. One is the jurisdiction of the court. Two is explaining Section 301.
Yes.
Practical 305. Practical application of 305. The need for caution which they raised there. And then the last one is the National Assembly in approving the powers of the president to declare a state of emergency. That's the third one. I didn't read that third part. Right? The way it is coined, the way it is framed, is why I asked the question. Can it be seen as a judgment? Because they started by saying, and I've gotten everybody's view on it.
Yeah.
Mr. Ndukwe says he doesn't think it's a judgment. Every other person feels it's a judgment. That's fine. But let's go to jurisdiction. That's one of the things I was also thinking about. And then I read this. Let's go to jurisdiction. The argument is the parties that came do not have jurisdiction. Why did they say so? The Supreme Court, in what I've read, said they don't have locus. They don't have locus to have brought the matter. That they don't see how a state of emergency declaration in Rivers State directly affects them. And they did not bring any evidence to portray that they were affected by that. Rather, what they cited as inimical to them was a reaction from the Attorney General. The Attorney General has said that this is a lesson to others.
Yes.
At that press conference. He said, the Supreme Court judge said, that reaction cannot equate to an evidence before us to suggest that there is a conflict between state and state, federal or states. This does not equate to evidence before us.
And it's true.
You have to tell us how the action of the president affects you directly based on law to establish the issue of jurisdiction for this court to look into the matter.
I agree.
That's what the Supreme Court said. And said for the fact that Rivers State was not a party in what was brought here, clearly shows that maybe medicine interlopers. Dr. Bitima.
Yes, I think I disagree with Supreme Court.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very clear.
In the sense that even the Attorney Generals that went to approach Supreme Court for this did not go purposely for Rivers State matter. And two, by the position of the Attorney General of the Federation, who the chief law officer of the Federation, who is also a legal can I say, an official legal advisor to the president on constitutional matters. Was it not during Jonathan's time that the Attorney General told him that he does not have power to suspend elected officials in Borno in declared state of emergency?
Yeah. With this Turaki man.
And he adhered to it. So, for Supreme Court to say that the mere statement of the Attorney General does not, it's not evidence. When voice is recorded, it is also captured in newspaper reporting, and maybe all these things were tendered. What? Somebody threatened my life. So, what evidence do I have until he hits me with knife or with a gun? That will be evidence for me to approach court. That a threat is no more considered a law. This is quite curious. So I believe that Supreme Court is just playing politics.
All right.
You
see, just few weeks ago, Nigeria government sent Jeff Atta to Benin Republic. All of us were aware. But in Nigeria, well, I want to allude myself to this, what the speaker is saying now. Issue of evidence. Before us, nobody has taken a corpse to the court. And that's why we cannot have that temerity to say, let us send our armed forces to any place that Nigerians are being killed.
But they are sending. Yes or no?
He has been sending, but with full force.
No, are they not sending?
They are sending. But what happened? I'm not going to
are they not bombing?
They are bombing. Even this morning, like we read also, collateral damage. But my concern on this matter, ordinarily, it has become too political. That even it will discourage us, or me, to believe, because somebody can, like I said, everything has particular principle.
Okay.
But this judgment or ruling or mere statement is devastating to our judicial system.
All right.
And to us who believe that judiciary is the hope of the common man.
Archbishop.
You know, I've already asserted my position. And I've said that when the final apex court becomes political, it's dangerous. Though they're a policy court, you can see somebody, because you're in a tight corner, you're explaining yourself why you don't have jurisdiction. It's a listing the list lawyer would do. We all did law. The truth of the matter is only when you want to justify an unjustifiable situation, you begin to explain about somebody's right. How can you say somebody's right and privilege that he has run to you to take cover? You now tell him, go away, I can't give you cover. If it's because you don't have a right. If the man is a madman to have approached you, the truth of the matter is that our Supreme Court and our courts have become too political. I remember the days of, what's his name? These judges we had. They would even, in a military regime,
yes,
they would stand to speak the truth, and that was why they were exceptional.
All right.
We should come back to those days.
Kelly, it's a bit a conundrum that the judiciary is actually making some of us go through. And if I should say, none of us here in the studio are lawyers. And we have been able to crack our brains with little knowledge that we've managed to gain to explain the proceedings of the Supreme Court. But for this very jurisdiction that they've talked about, you know, there are cases, I was talking about this some few days ago. You take matters that are not supposed to go to the appeal court, state, high court or whatever, but they will look at it and at the end of the day still tell you that they lack jurisdiction to entertain this matter, and now they direct you. We've seen cases like that. They do not know then. They x-ray the fact before they now direct you where you're supposed to go. So I'm surprised that the Supreme Court, but there's sometimes talking about these issues seems to be a back and forth, frankly speaking.
All right. Mr. Nduko, you would speak after the commercial. But from what I read here, This matter is a matter that the Supreme Court would have decided on. No. Allow me to land. This is a matter that the Supreme Court would have decided on if Rivers State government was part of it.
Kelly,
it's logical.
If Rivers State government was part of it, that's one. If the parties had explained how the injury directly from the president's statement and not what the Attorney General said affects them, yes, the Supreme Court may have looked at it. But we have to go for the news. We're back in a moment.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good morning. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. Our total sum of 1.928 trillion naira, representing November 2025 Federation account revenue, has been shared among the federal government, state, and local government councils. The allocation was made at the December 2025 meeting of the Federation Account Allocation Committee, FAC, held in Abuja. According to a communique issued after the meeting, the distributable revenue comprised 1.43 trillion naira in statutory revenue, 485.838 billion naira from value-added tax, VAT, and 39.646 billion naira from electronic money transfer levy, out of a total gross revenue of 2.343 trillion naira recorded for the month. From the 1.928 trillion naira shared, the federal government received 747.159 billion naira. States got 601.731 billion naira, while local government councils received 445.266 billion naira, with 134.355 billion naira paid to oil-producing states as 13% derivation revenue. The communique noted declines in major revenue sources, including VAT, companies' income tax, petroleum profit tax, hydrocarbon tax, import duty, and oil, gas royalties in November 2025, while only excise duty recorded a moderate increase. A Federal Capital Territory High Court sitting in Guarepa, Abuja, has fixed Thursday, December 18, to rule on the bail application filed by former Minister of Labour and Employment Chris Ngige, who is facing an 8-count 2.2 billion naira fraud charge instituted by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. The trial judge, Justice Miriam Hassan, adjourned the matter after hearing arguments for and against the application from EFCC counsel Sylvanus Tahir and defense counsel Patrick Ekote. While the defense urged the courts to grant bail on health grounds and insisted that the Ngige poses no flight risk, citing documentary evidence that his international passport was lost in London and duly reported, the prosecution opposed the application, arguing that the former minister breached earlier administrative bail by failing to return his passport and report to the EFCC upon his return to Nigeria. The EFCC urged the courts to refuse bail and instead grant an accelerated hearing of the case, insisting that the defendant had undermined the objectives of the criminal justice system. Justice Hassan further adjourned the case to December 18 for a ruling on the bail application. The National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, has called for the immediate removal of the Minister of State for Defense, Bello Matawalle, over allegations linking him to banditry, describing the claims as shocking and deeply troubling. In a statement signed by the President of the Senate of NANS headquarters, Usman Nagwasa, the association said Nigerians deserve transparency and accountability, stressing that the allegations constitute a serious breach of trust, particularly given Matawalle's role as a senior official responsible for national security. NANS insists that the minister's alleged relationship with bandits undermines government efforts to combat insecurity and demand his removal pending a full and unhindered investigation to restore public confidence. The student body urged President Bola Tinubu to act swiftly, warning that it would not tolerate corruption or complicity with criminals, and issued a one-week ultimatum for Matawali's removal, threatening nationwide student protests, including the blockage of major highways if its demand is ignored, while emphasizing that the rule of law must prevail and anyone found guilty must be brought to justice. On the foreign scene, West African leaders have rejected a transition program announced by Guinea-Bissau's military rulers, demanding a rapid restoration of constitutional order and warned of targeted sanctions against those obstructing the process. The stance was reaffirmed in Abuja during the 68th summit of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, which brought together heads of state amid rising regional concerns over insecurity, economic pressures, and political instability. ECOWAS Commission Chairman and Sierra Leone's President Julius Bio warned that a resurgence of unconstitutional changes of government threatens regional stability, undermines citizens' rights, and weakens West Africa's collective future, citing ongoing instability in Guinea-Bissau and an attempted coup in Benin as stark reminders of the fragility of democracy.
Verberge Imperial Hotel. Experience luxury and comfort. Verberge Imperial Hotel is a premier indigenous catering and hotel services provider in Port Harcourt. Our hotel offers a range of well-furnished rooms with modern facilities, ensuring comfortable stay for our guests. Our modern event halls can accommodate over 500 guests, making us the ideal venue for conferences, seminars, weddings, etc. Our state-of-the-art facilities include 24 hours electricity supply, constant and steady internet services, CCTV cameras for enhanced security, fully armed security guards, trained professional personnel. We pose a conducive environment as our hotel is located in a quiet and peaceful environment perfect for relaxation and focus. Our location is at Bank Anthony Avenue off Ordnance Junction, Transamadi, Port Harcourt. Contact us today for inquiries, booking and reservation. Please call 0803-272-4646, 0906-557-0873. Delivering Imperial Hospitality services at Verberg Imperial Hotel.
From Handtech Markets, as the lights shine bright and the year draws to a close, we take this moment to say thank you to our wonderful partners, clients, and stakeholders who have made this year truly special. Your trust, your support, and your partnership have been the driving force behind our success. Together, we've achieved so much, and we can't wait to do even more in the year ahead. From all of us at Handtech, we wish you a Merry Christmas filled with joy and a Happy New Year filled with growth, success, and endless possibilities.
Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas! Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. Sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, Port Harcourt. Good morning, Nigeria. This is Lambert Wiz Global Services Limited. We are here today to offer you a land almost free of charge.
Okay, so tell us where the land is located and the price.
Of course, our land is located at Big Elele, Ikwere Local Government. Big Elele at Ikwere Local Government. Big Elele is one of the towns in Ikwere Local Government here in Rivers State. And it is in the Rivers State map, which they called Port Harcourt City. Those communities will make up Port Harcourt City. Big Elele follow for them. So, at our New Hope Global Estate, I call it again, New Hope Global Estate, New Hope Global Estate, Elele, we are selling land, a plot of land as cheap as 550,000 per one plot. And all your documentations are free of charge, which include deed of conveyance and surveyor, registered surveyor plan. And we do instant allocation. That's the good aspect, because if the land don't belong to us, we can't do instant allocation. Okay. Now, we want you to become a landlord with us. We want you to become a landowner in Port Harcourt City. Call us on this number so that you become a landlord in this December. 0708 253 0000 0708 253 0000 or
0803 528 1205. 0803 528 1205. 0803 528 1205. And Kelly, my man, the good aspect of this our land is that this our land is located at a very strategic point.
Okay.
2 minutes drive from Harcourt White Polytechnic, where we say this is Polytechnic student environment. 2 minutes drive. 2 minutes drive from McDonald University, known as Fadedede University, to our site. 8 minutes drive from Wigwe University to our site, and 10 minutes drive from Port Harcourt International Airport to our site. So this very location make our New Hope Global Estate a perfect place for everybody here in Nigeria to become a landowner. And remember that when you buy 4 plots, when you buy 4 plots to Kelly, when you buy 4 plots, you get 1 plot free of charge. When you buy 4 plots, you get 1 plot free of charge, and all the documentation are free of charge. Remember, we are selling at cheap price of 550,000. 550,000. 550,000. Call us on this number 0803 528 1205. 0803 528 1203. 0803 528 1205. 0708 253 0000. 0708 253 0000. 0708 253 0000. Now, not just that we are giving land, our land has what we they call deed of certificate of deposit. This certificate of deposit is the last before you get CFO in land registration in Rivers State. Okay. So that is to say that our land will get CFO by January, February. So you are buying security, you are buying secure place, you are buying future, you are buying a generational wealth, you are queuing in a generational wealth. Waiting you they wait for. Is it when we increase today to 1 million naira? We are saying 550,000, as cheap as 550,000. And you are there looking at me. Now December, so they Lambert with global services they give you. We they do December for you. And the land around that place, they sell at the price of 2.5 million. The one we first start. The one where they inside na 2 million. And our land first start. It's not say you they enter bush. Call us on this number 0803 528 1205. 0803 528 1205. 0803 528 1205 or 0708 253 0000. 0708 253 0000. And all the thing where people they talk say how real are we? Let me tell you, for past 6 years where would they sell land and property for Nigeria, we never get any clients where they talk say, well, will him buy land from us, we will not give them land. No, even our landlord, we they pay complete before entering anybody land. That makes us a problem, and we have level of integrity where we they keep. We not feel go down below to our standard. That makes Lambert Wiz Global Services Limited one of the best real estate here in Nigeria. So you don't have to entertain any fear. And our inspections are free of charge. You are not paying 1 naira for inspection. And we run inspection from Monday to Saturday. Monday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. From Monday to Saturday. And you can equally locate our office at Kings Plaza. Kings Plaza there for Port Harcourt Road, Elele, Ipere local government. Immediately you cross Access Bank. In fact, if you are coming from Igrita, just tell them, say,
Igrita or Airport Junction, tell them say I'm stopping at Access Bank. Access Bank and our own office share fence. If you reach Access Bank, you look up, you see one-story building there. You see our big flares banner. That is our office. You climb up. Call us on this number. Make you become a landowner in Port Harcourt City. I'm not talking about Greater Port Harcourt. I'm talking about Port Harcourt City. Now, where you dey buy land? 0803 528 1205. 0803 528 1205. 0803 528 1205 or 0708 253 0000. 0708 253 0000. And this property I'm talking about, if you don't have complete money of 550,000, you can pay part payment of 300,000 only, and you have 2 months to 3 months to complete, 3 good months to complete your payment, and we allocate you a sharply. See, what make us different? Say we they do instant allocation. Another thing what make us different from other people, we say we have certificate of deposit. So the land is not just a land; it is security. Your money is secured. And that's why you need to call us on phone. Call us on phone. Now, December promo, what would they do so? We don't get rice to give you. We get future to give you. We get generational wealth to give you. That makes us different. Because if you eat rice today, the rice will finish. But that land where you buy there, you know the fuel land. You know they do anything. The land go to increase. As we they sell, now we are hitting 1 million. As we are hitting 1 million, you buy 550,000. 450,000 naira again. Now better money. And land is a generational thing. Call us on this number again. 0803 528 1205. 0803 528 1205 or 0708 253 0000. 0708 253 0000. Buy 4 plots of land and get 1 free. Now only us they do am here for Port Harcourt. No other real estate. Buy 4 plots of land. You get 1 free of charge. What you they wait for? My brother, my sister, wait you now they wait for. My brother, my sister, come and become a land. See, the rate of house rent in Port Harcourt is very, very high. Come and become a landlord with us with cheaply money. You can pay part payment of 300,000. Have 3 good months to complete it. We are giving you deed of conveyance free of charge. Giving you survey plan free of charge. You are not paying 1 naira. Inspection free of charge. No bush entry. No agent fee. No youth development. No this, no blah blah blah. Just 550,000 cash and carry. If you can pay for 4 plots, you get 1 plot free. Call us on this number now. 0803 528 1205. 0803 528 1205 or 0708 253 0000. 0708 253 0000. And remember, this is a promo which can end today. Tomorrow, we are hitting 1 million naira. Now, Lambert Wiz Global Services Limited. Now, we don't give you land almost free of charge. Who they check out?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
We'll return to our conversation in a bit. It's Today 95.1, our breakfast special, Today's Quest. Stay with us.
Are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
Live your truth. Express your love. Share your enthusiasm. Take actions towards your dreams. Talk your talk. And walk your walk.
It was years ago. There's a statute of limitation on this stuff.
Make today worth remembering as we discuss issues as it affects Nigeria moving forward. Talk that talk.
Weekdays, 2 p.m.
Exclusively on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Voice of the people.
Wetin dey happen late? They say wahala dey finish. Na this one wahala be like bicycle. They just dey quick. Wetin dey happen? Wetin dey happen? Wetin dey happen? Na for Today 95.1 FM, 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, Bomkwem. Na here you go hear wetin dey happen for Naija and obodo the world. Na that time wey we dey bring you ogbonge tori dem wey go shock you. You go wonder say na person do like this. Na so we dey bring am come give you as e dey hot. Now wey we dey find way to sweep this country, don't run. You go stay abroad, you dey chapa. You say this one, no worry. When time reach, I will say I want to take. Make I see where they go. Homeland is homeland. Me, I go open gate for them. I me go be gate man at that time for airport. Wetin dey happen? Make you no miss Mazi Ike God Ike Nwachukwu and MC Kuro for wetin dey happen. You go enjoy yourself. No forget to say woman dey chop our recharge card woto. I don dey tell una say this place na education center. As you sit down here with us from Monday to Friday, you go enjoy wetin dey happen. Wetin dey happen? Make you no miss am at all.
Hello, join us Fridays, 7:30 a.m. on Our Top Picks, and together we'll review the big national stories of the week, all in 30 minutes. It promises so much fun. Our Top Picks, Fridays, 7:30 a.m. Don't miss it.
Hey, you want to speed drive? Come on, go to the racetrack. You want to smoke? Not on the steering wheel. You want to drink alcohol? Don't do it on wheels. Go to a bar and don't drive afterwards. Seatbelts are not for fancy. They're there to save your life. Know your traffic rules and obey them because they are for your own good. Drive with care because life is dear.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, let's continue our conversation. Thank you for staying with us. Straight to Ms. Ndukwe. The issue of jurisdiction and the argument by the Supreme Court.
What? Okay, see, Kelly, I may be the dissenting voice here. Yes, what they said, in the way they explained the whole thing, is intact for me. I tell you, I mean the Supreme Court and whatever, whether judgment or whatever they gave, they stating that Rivers State in the first, I don't know why Rivers State itself is always avoiding certain places where it ought to be. That it wasn't part of the whole thing, and so the large jurisdiction and all the rest of them. I think I agree with them, but where I differ is that those people don't have locals. I don't understand what, because you can see there may be a case that does not concern you at all. You take it to court. As a citizen, they will now assume that locals will come around you and they will give judgment. But you see, I still maintain that for me, maybe because of lack of legal wisdom, that is explanation they gave us. Why do I say so? Kelly, if there is no foundation, can we have a house? No, we don't. The thing like the land jurisdiction.
All right.
So on what ground are they staying to give us judgment?
Okay.
These are judges. So in fact, the legal wisdom I have is not even up to 1/8 of theirs.
All right, so let's move on.
Just a minute, please. Sorry. I think we should also remember that when these state governors went to Supreme Court, there was no government in River State. Governor suspended, executive, no attorney general, no governor, no. How can River State go to court?
Yeah, but even though
Abbas would have gone to court now.
No, but even then, the governor was suspended.
Yes,
he wasn't removed.
This guy was suspended.
He did not indicate any interest to join them in.
The governor clearly said he's not going to court, and he said he's not going to court because
the point is that it was
he has been
suspended.
intimidated in the previous case, and he
you
messed
see,
up and he said Supreme Court.
Excuse me, he was suspended.
Why will he go and get
even going to join them in Supreme Court? They say as at this period, they will also bring grammar that will tell us that why he should not be part of.
So let's move on. Dangote again this time is aiming shots at the chief executive officer of the midstream downstream petroleum regulatory agency NMDPRA. He made some damning allegations. I don't know, some of you may be interested in this matter. He was shouting like this earlier about how the NNPC was sabotaging him and so on and so forth. Eventually it appears that has been resolved. I give him credit. We have some stability in our system in terms of supply, not cost. In terms of supply, I give him credit for that. But the attacks against one of the executives in one of the key petroleum sectors in Nigeria, is it necessary? Do you think that anything would happen after this? Mr. Ogonunu?
Well, I would say it's necessary. But when you consider the anki-panki underhandlings going on in the oil sector in this country, it is against the common man. I sat down with my cubicle to observe what is happening today. Let me just give us a kind of reflection. From Port Harcourt to Bonny, there was never a time transport fare from Port Harcourt, if you go to Bonny jetty, to board boat to Bonny, you cannot pay, the fare was always 10,000 and above. But you see this, as the road was open from Bordeaux to Bonny, that cars now are loading from Port Harcourt to Bonny around 5,000 naira, and without any argument, the fare at the waterside that I visited last week
has dropped.
And
they don't have a choice now.
So I feel I need more people to go into the oil sector so that you can crash the price of oil today. And that's what Dangote is also talking, because when you observe what is happening today in the oil sector, those in the regulatory body in oil, they are also making it difficult because they are looking for ways to make more money from those who are even maybe refining. And it's a very difficult thing that is also happening there, that if not properly probed, and even the probe in Nigeria doesn't bring any substantial hope for the people. So what is saying now, I feel there is need to actually investigate. And if somebody is found wanting, it should fit the meaning. Because oil sector, for me, has not been content. Since I was born, today I'm not like a kid. I'm a father. I'm a leader in one small way. That in oil sector, Nigerian government has refused to nail anybody to pay for the evil they have done to Nigerians. And man, you know why all this playing out today? They have also planned that this festive period, if they can maneuver, there should be a kind of scarcity of petroleum products so that they can get more for Nigerians who will be definitely waiting to go home.
So you stand with Dangote on this?
I stand with him.
Archbishop.
Well, I think Dangote is an investor. And to that extent, there is what we call protection of investment. So he cannot be bringing out money. It's not only in this country that he has his investment. Africa and some other presidents are luring him to come. And for love of country, and of course we have the population, the market is here. He has decided, I think most of the regulatory agencies, without actually indicting them, they are not serious. Look at our refineries today. Look at the ministry until it became NNPCL. Even with that corporate and all that adjustment, the Petroleum Act has not been fully unmasked. And so I think the operators now are thinking that the same laissez-faire attitude they have, which is not promoting their investment aspiration. And it is Dangote is saying there are policies that should be reviewed to make local investors. Dangote is a local investor. To encourage them. That was why initially when he came, it was NNPC was trying to do everything to make sure that refinery does not take off. Instead of the other way around, until the presidency stepped in, a lot of people stepped in to say he had more this leverage. I think those are the things that these petty regulatory bodies are doing. They are going into that operation to see what they can do to help themselves, than to leverage things to be easier for expansion and all that. They think it will come to monopoly because others have not taken time to establish their processes the way he has done, and so they are afraid that he has all it takes to even have larger market, including external market, which will be in competition with the NNPC itself. They are still importing fuel. People still believe that subsidies indirectly is still going on.
Very high.
So
there can't be subsidies now.
Right?
No. I'm saying there can't be subsidies. I'm just saying.
Yes.
Because those that are buying from Dangote are buying at 700 and something naira at the moment, 600 and something to sell at 700 and something. NNPC, if you are subsidizing, you are shooting yourself on the foot. Because stations are now everywhere with products.
So that's the fear now. He is bringing in, stability, and stability is inimical to what their lifestyle.
Yeah, it is too. Yeah.
So their lifestyle, because their lifestyle is using the back door to enrich themselves. Look at NNPC that has not worked for many years. They're refinery. The Port Harcourt one, we said it here now. Hey, he's starting. He's not starting. I told people that from Comatose, I had an intel. This thing will never work. They used all of them. I mean, how much did Buhari give to them? 1 point, how many big dollars to go a refinery that has gone comatose. They said they brought people from abroad who originally built the refineries. It amounted to no investigation. And yet engineers are being paid in that. Process engineers are being paid in NNPC. Look at the wastage.
Okay.
So I think that there is much to look into. Although the man is only shouting because he wants people to know what is happening. The presidency will not look. The president himself is in the AG.
Yes.
Who has Orlando? Who has this? So at the end of the day, it's all of that doing the same thing.
All right. Dr. Obidima.
Kelly, the truth is I don't have details of the back and forth between who is accusing who.
Okay, so Dangote has accused Farouk,
yes,
the chief executive officer of NMDPRA, of indirectly sabotaging his refinery. Over time, right, the NMDPRA, they've been saying that the amount of products Dangote claims to be dispensing,
it's not enough.
It's not enough.
Exactly.
Daily, it's not meeting our daily needs. Dangote says, he has always said that what the figure they are brandishing is not even correct. that figure is not correct. Then he claims that he's meeting the demands. But the NMDPRA continues to say that he's undersupplying the market.
Well,
so he also said that Farouk has become so wealthy that he can afford to send his children overseas, and he's paying the tune of $5 million as school fees. That even he, Dangote, cannot afford that to train his children.
Yes, I saw it.
Because he doesn't want.
Well, the point is this. This is a class war that is going on. And Dangote is also prepared for it. At least to draw that support or sympathy from the people majorly a section of this country. I know what happened recently when this issue came up, the reaction of the North concerning Dangote's investment. Even Arewa Consultative Forum made statement. Sanusi made statement. So it is a very sensitive national issue. And those who are playing the politics are also very careful. So I don't become an ethnic something. Tinubu is also being careful. And that's why Dangote is not keeping quiet. He's blowing hot. Anytime they kind of hit him, a concert clinically, because any policy that may undermine his investment, a section of this country was shut. They are doing it because it's a northerner and all those stuff. Beyond that, to the extent that Dangote's refinery is maybe curtailing those very shady activities of this other class of people who are fighting him, they are quite not comfortable. You remember when Kanye was there, when this mortar something came on, and they quickly
the blending plant.
They quickly appeased Dangote, quickly by bringing this crude to Naira something. No, to buy the crude
in Naira.
And that's nobody is even talking about that. No investigation about the mortar something. Now Dangote has raised an issue about Farouk. Where is he getting that millions of dollars in training his children?
Let me read this line. Just a moment. According to Dangote, the estimated secondary education, the annual tuition, air tickets, and upkeep per child costs $200,000, totaling $800,000 for 4 children. Adding that the total living expenses per child for 6 years is estimated $1,200, amounting to $4,800 for 4 children. The approximate total fees for tuition and upkeep is $5,000. Dangote didn't stop there. He went on to allege that Mr. Farouk spent $2 million on tertiary education for 4 years for his 4 children, adding that $210,000 was spent on Faisal's 2025 Harvard MBA. Tuition, upkeep, tickets, air tickets, and other expenses for tertiary education is approximately $125,000 per annum. By 4 years, it's 500,000 times 4, which is $2 million. Faisal just finished the 2025 Harvard MBA at $150,000 and $60,000 upkeep, tickets and other incidents. Total $210,000 spent in 2025 for his MBA. That's one of his children.
You see, this kind of thing is coming from the person of Dangote, who I may not say, because he will not just come out to the public if he's not sure.
He said they do investigation and otherwise. He will sue the school. He said he will sue the school.
Yes, no fool that Farouk could sue him for libel or defamation. So it is for the this people should step in. National Assembly should step into this. If we really have a parliament.
I can tell you that me, I'm not surprised. The Farouk man, without touching his salary, could have all done that for his children. Do you know, I had a friend who was the oil rig manager and all that. He's a Christian, not to tell you, doesn't go into bribe. Before the year we end, because of competitors, in almost all the countries, they have bought brand new houses for him. His children tuition was not paid by him. They just paying? I said the contractors. These same people like Dangote,
they are all corruption.
No, what I'm trying to say, the good no. Yes. Now, what I'm trying to say, there are positions you occupy. It's just like these politicians corrupting judges and others.
What
we're saying is this.
Yes.
No, there are good, you cannot take away what we call goodwill.
Goodwill for what?
Excuse for what?
A contractor buying you a house.
Yeah,
a contractor. Is that goodwill?
Let me tell you that. No,
it's corruption.
No, it depends on
no,
the
it
way.
should not use their position.
Even in overseas countries. In overseas countries.
No.
You will be prosecuted, sir.
Let me tell you. It is when those things come, you don't declare the source. That's why even here, when you do those things, you see, when you come to public office, they tell you that you did not declare this. The first thing is that if the declaration is wrong, if it's investigated.
Archbishop, Archbishop, I can't remember what country now the official, but an official got a wristwatch as a gift. He was found
Nigeria now
that a person of interest bought him a wristwatch. He resigned.
Yeah. No, you know why? Let me tell you that. Do you know why? Why he resigned was because that wristwatch he bought has influenced his decision.
Excuse me.
Now listen to me.
I had the mic.
He had the mic.
Okay,
I had the mic.
Okay,
I had the mic. So what I'm saying is that
it's not always the
Farouk should be investigated.
Okay.
From what Dangote alleged.
To know the source.
The source, and they should know the source of this money.
Yeah.
You know, we're in a country where people are very poor. Majority of the people cannot eat very well. And somebody is spending $120-something million,
$125 million.
You know, for the trainer. Where did you get the money? As a public officer.
Okay.
So that is the issue. Now again, let this our politicians and the people who are in power here and there stop this kind of politics that also undermine the interests of the masses.
All right.
What they are doing now is to make them good, maybe to shut down or take his product outside this country and let them deal with Nigerians the way they have been dealing with us. And getting money, siphoning money from us to enrich all their decisions. Can't Tinubu, who is the petroleum minister, come into this matter?
All right. So
because they are all benefiting from the evil.
Let's look at it.
Mr. Kelly, I think maybe from the beginning I have always been in the minority. Today.
One person is not around.
Okay. You see, and I have no problem with that. Dangote. They have to. I agree totally that they should look into that allegation. It's what being looked into to find out whether Farouk is really having such money and spending same. Because like Bishop said, it could be given to him on goodwill. Whatever. But let us know the source.
From a contractor.
Yes, whichever contractor. You know, it's not one single contractor.
It's not. From a contractor.
No. Whatever, whether it's contractor or they even say Emmanuel Ndukwe gave. Maybe the one I don't have. I have them.
I think this statement calls for an investigation. It should be investigated.
Okay.
This one should be investigated.
Okay. Let them go ahead.
Maybe he's doing disguise in the studio.
It may even be $10 million. See, Kelly, Dangote is an investor. He is looking for a way to protect his own investment. Whatever Farouk, see, there are people who also understand they are laying landmines, as it were, for him not to climb with greatest ease and become a monopolist in the oil sector.
You think that's going to be happening?
Yes, let them also. See, Nigerians have to think very well on this. But for federal authorities, especially the petroleum minister, who is our president, he should move into that frame and find out whether if Farouk is doing that, that means Farouk is having Nigeria as his farm. Yes, in the job he's given. However, we cannot doubt the fact that Dangote, you see, there are certain comments somebody will make, I don't listen to that, that if the school, whatever, he will sue them. I don't listen to that until it reaches. When there is an invasion of the soldier ant, it is then we know the sheep or the goat that dance most. So, until it happened, the school said, Farouk, no, there's no kind of payment like that. And all that and that. Then we know that Dangote is telling us the truth. It's not only somebody that moves to court and then file a suit that win. So, what I'm saying, Dangote himself is working his way to becoming a monopolist in all that he's doing. And there are those who may lay landmines for him on the road. But Farouk we still want to know, is it true what Dangote has said? And if it is, that means all the people we are talking about that is making Nigeria come lower and lower and lower, they should indeed be brought out to the market, and then the sun will shine on them. That's what the authorities should do.
All right, let's move on. The Joint Revenue Board is asking for the abolition, immediate dismantling of all roadblocks, checkpoints, collecting levies, and all of those plenty things. They've also asked all those stickers, car stickers, and all of those things. Yeah. I'm wondering, NURT, they go agree? There are many of these unions, so they become lords of their own now.
We're about to build even toll gate.
No, the toll gate is a different matter. I think the toll gate is a more organized situation. But the roadblocks will include our guys in black now. Those are guys in black and black with red badge. Those ones now, collecting what they are collecting. This union, that union, standing on the road, they want to harmonize all the taxes.
Yes.
That's part of the plan for the new tax laws, to harmonize all the taxes. Would this work?
For me, this is not the first time.
This time they have a law now. There's a law.
Laws have been in this country.
They are serious about these tax laws.
Laws have been. It's not even in River State. There was was it about 4 years ago? The issue of harmonizing also revenue. It has been, but even up to now, people are still fighting. Drivers are still crying out
about the extortion.
Yes, for me, I don't think there will be genuine implementation. But when you look at it, it is a good way to go. Like you even mentioned the issue of the Nigerian police.
I didn't call their name. I
have called. I have called. Let me be sued.
Make it be said. Are you called?
The truth is that there are some things in this part of the world that even when the laws are fantastic, that we think it will help to.
Fantastically corrupt.
No, I'm going to be Prime Minister. When the laws are fantastic, and you see that the laws have human face to work, in the end, in Nigeria, it will never give us the needed expectations, and that's the problem of this country. We have fantastic laws. It's not like in our first instance what we discussed. Already the laws are open, but when it comes to implementation, that's where we see the failure of whatever we have put in place to help us to have a better society. So for me, it will not work. It will not work. They can impose anything, it will not work. The last thing that will happen, maybe if it has a source, maybe where they can be taking the money. That's not. But on the particle, maybe somebody on the road, they'll keep doing what they know how to do, and that's the problem of this country. So for me, I'm in support of harmonizing it, but
it will not work.
It will not work based on real implementation that we see in this part of the world.
Dr. Bidima.
Why is it that the prices of all these things, they say inflation is coming down, both everything, they are not coming down? Part of it is this extortion that are going on, these multiple collections going on Nigerian roads. I was coming back from lectures one day. I entered the keke bus from Maitre to Umokoro. When we passed that bridge at Rumokuta, I asked the driver, why did he beat the traffic light? And people were, the police people say, how they catch him? That they will not catch him. And they were all sitting there looking. That they spend every day, 4,000 naira on police.
Only police.
Only police. I shouted.
Not the Agbero voice.
No. Say 4,000 naira on police every day. They collect from one day to one day. Okay, imagine one driver. Now begin to add the whole that apply that
And they are making money.
What they call it, to my train.
Go to Oyibo side.
You know.
They are making money.
They're billions all over the country.
See money.
They are making money. And they cannot stop it.
Wow.
No matter whatever policy. When Tinubu said they should withdraw this thing from VIP, do you see the implementation going on? The implementation is just political also. Just withdraw from some and leave some because they are making huge amount of money. From here now to Ahoda, just go on the road. Go to Oyibo. Go to every road in Nigeria. Police are no more doing policing job they are employed to do. That's crazy. It's just to collect money. And I think Club 401 we came here, we also discuss on this issue. So how will government at the federal, state and local government level handle this? And who are to enforce this directive they are giving? Is it not police? Is it not police?
You have mentioned though.
Yeah, yes. Now. So who will enforce it? So it is.
Maybe they'll call you.
It is. Do I say it is a statement that has no weight? It's an instruction that has no weight because who will implement it? The implementers are the corporates.
It's all right.
So it goes to nowhere, but let us hear it. We have heard it from them, but nothing else will be done.
Archbishop.
Well, I just believe it's a policy thing. Just like we have said, many policies and even laws are not properly implemented. Not that they cannot be implemented, but because of this same divergent interest, pecuniary interest we have, I believe that if a uniform man, because it cut across all uniform apparatus, they stand on the road, or even if it's from the office, people give them returns, and they allow them do their business, or they throw their face the other way when they are doing things that are against the law. It has become a pattern, and it's not easy to completely erase a pattern. A pattern is endemic, and that is the Nigerian system. If it's in other climes, like what we are seeing happening in the Sahel region, because they have some serious military leadership now, and they can compel everybody, even the corrupt ones, they can subject you to serious discipline. But this is not so. From behind, you discover that the man standing on the street, maybe he does not even want to collect that money from the driver, but somebody at the office is waiting for a particular amount of return for him to be reposted. Yeah. So everything we do, suddenly because of the poverty mentality or the get-rich syndrome, we don't want to do it the right way. If not, his double taxation is criminally in itself. You don't double tax people. Maybe the tax I pay at state level, someone will compel me to pay at my local government level. You know, you are killing even investors coming in. So it's the best idea if we can be sane and work it out. And again, we should go beyond the solution whereby we compel people to take stickers and all that. There should be an office responsible if it is backed by the law. But there are local law, there are state laws that are did. Now, if the new tax regime is harmonizing all these things, you also make the citizens know their rights so that they can resist, because most of us don't know our left to right. This tax regime we are talking, I see this one explaining, it's too serious, integrated.
It's really cumbersome.
Yes, cumbersome for you to even understand where your right starts and the government right begins. So if we do a lot of enlightenment, nobody will take advantage of the other. The other day, my wife came back from her work, and said since they are supposed to start implementation in January, but she said since October, they started taking 150,000 from her salary. From source, she said, when you take this now, what is left in the salary? But already corporate bodies have started implementing, because the tax authorities are already after them. Yes, they don't even know what constitutes the 150, what percentage. That is people who are working. They've not been able to corporately enlighten them.
It should be explained to her, actually.
No, they don't even explain. They say it is the government directive.
No, that can't be the government directive. It has to be explained.
That is even when you demand, they don't explain to you.
Okay.
So imagine the man on the street.
It's unfortunate. But you think it's a good thing if only they can implement it.
No, to check multiple taxation. But for me, you cannot stop the local government because they are not their ingenuity is very low. They use all these things to wreck revenue. Although the revenue is not even planned back, they take half of it through.
All right.
But that's how they empower their people that they follow.
Comrades,
Kelly, I think we don't actually suffer lack of laws. What we suffer is lack of implementations. As many as these laws may seem to be, as beautiful as they seem to be, implementation suffers something else. And the level at which those in power has failed to do the needful, because before the public they bring up such laws, but beneath they don't want it to be enforced to the latter because they benefit also from it, is a problem. Now, just like what you said, inflation is also one thing that is caused by this multiple taxation in the society, just like the rough analogy Dr. Obidima just gave. A situation whereby I bring my product from Anambra to River State and you bring yours from Kano to here. You may get that goods from Kano as cheap as 12,000 naira. But from the road aspect, the level at which you are multi-taxed by known and unknown
state actors.
God. Sometimes when I feel for those who ply the road on a commercial basis. Yeah. I feel for them. After buying fuel, the rate at which it's being sold today, then you see those who wear different forms of uniforms standing from Port Harcourt here down to anywhere, from holding sticks.
Rod.
I'm telling you, you get to some of the checkpoints that they use huge wood logs to woods to block the road. You think it's security checkpoints? They are civilians. They are extorting from commercial drivers, either those carrying goods and all the rest. So by the time you bring your product or your whatever from the source where you bought them down to the point at which you want to sell them, you discover that if you put your expenses from the amount you buy it to the expenses of the truck carrying your goods and the police and the non-police, my dear, that goods is now worth almost 30,000 naira. That ordinarily is not supposed to be. So until government is really serious, it's just like within Rumokoro here, Obiakpo here. How many times has Kelly, another radio station, dealt with these irregular tax collectors that the local government chairmen are being put on the spot? They will tell you they are illegal. If you see them, arrest them. Who will arrest them? Funky Force has been doing their best, reporting at Rumola, reporting different areas. You see the youth, because they know that there is no enforcement. Nobody will ever do. They will just 2-3 youths who have something, I would not say not good thing upstairs, but wrong things upstairs. We'll just call 1 or 2 persons out to themselves. Before police go no, before authorities go no, we don't make more money. They'll just gather themselves, go to one isolated place. I remember some time ago, just by the Obirikwere, at the foot of the Obirikwere climbing on the right, there was an illegal motor kind of park there, where any car that they impound, they claim they are taking it to the council, they drop it there, and you pay a huge amount of money. If just like what he said, if a commercial driver spends 4,000 naira daily for only police, you ask him, the Agboro no follow. So by the time he puts all those ones together, you ask yourself, what do you think is fair will be? So if the government is sincere to stop this, I think they say evil prevail when the good people keep quiet. But the rate at which organized crime is gaining momentum, the voice of the good people will not even count. And according to our man yesterday, the Muslim community leader, he said he believes that the soul that sinned must die. But in this crime, the soul that sinned is being transferred, is being relocated to gain momentum to commit what they are committing.
Transformed.
You understand? So as soon as it's good to be in implementation, I don't think we will gain any momentum.
We have to go for the news. When we return, we'll get the views of Mr. Ndukwe, look at a story, perhaps another one, before we open the phone lines. Please stay with us.
What's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world? We've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good morning. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. President Bola Tinubu has described late former President Muhammadu Buhari as a model of discipline, integrity, and selfless public service as he unveiled Buhari's official biography, From Soldier to Statesman, the Legacy of Muhammadu Buhari in Abuja. Speaking at the launch yesterday, Tinubu said the late president would be remembered for his Spartan lifestyle, honesty, and belief that public office was a sacred trust and not a personal reward. He extended condolences to the Buhari family, noting that his legacy will continue to inspire generations of Nigerians. Reflecting on their shared political journey, Tinubu recalled how their coalition achieved a historic victory in 2015 and evolved into what he described as Africa's fastest-growing political party, the All Progressives Congress. The president highlighted Buhari's contributions to national security, infrastructure development, and social welfare, stressing that his commitment to simplicity, long-term planning, and care for the vulnerable defined his leadership. Tinubu urged Nigerians to sustain Buhari's legacy through unity, responsible governance, and national cooperation, praying for the repose of his soul and peace as well as progress for the country. The International Human Rights Commission, Nigeria, has cautioned that emergency powers granted to the president must not be used to override the mandate freely given to elected officials by the people. The country director of the IHRC, Nigeria Chapter Ambassador Abdullahi Adamu, who spoke in reaction to the Supreme Court ruling affirming the president's authority to proclaim a state of emergency and to remove elected officials temporarily, noted that while such powers are recognized in constitutional democracies to address grave threats like insecurity or breakdown of public order, their exercise requires extreme caution and robust constitutional safeguards. He acknowledged that the judgment could strengthen executive capacity to maintain stability in times of crisis, but warned that democracy is rooted not only in decisive executive action, but also in respect of the rule of law and the will of the electorate. According to him, the removal of duly elected officials through emergency proclamations raises serious concerns, as elected leaders derive their authority from the people, and any suspicion of that mandate must be legally justified and carefully constrained. He further warns that emergency rule naturally concentrates power in the executive and without clear limits on duration, scope, and oversight, risk undermining separation of powers, weakening the legislature, and reduce judicial scrutiny. The United States Embassy in Abuja has warned Nigerians against visa fraud, stressing that falsifying information or submitting fake documents can attract permanent bans under U.S. immigration law. In a post on its X handle, the embassy said lying or presenting fraudulent documents during visa applications could result in lifelong ineligibility to travel to the United States. The advisory came as U.S. Ambassador to Nigeria Richard Mills met with the Minister of Foreign Affairs Yusuf Tuga to discuss areas of bilateral cooperation, with the embassy reaffirming its commitment to working with Nigeria on issues of mutual concern. The discussions also took place against the backdrop of heightened diplomatic focus on Nigeria's internal security challenges. On the foreign scene, U.S. President Donald Trump says an agreement to end Russia's war on Ukraine is closer than ever following his high-level talks in Berlin. Speaking in the Oval Office, Trump said he held very long and very good talks with Ukrainian President Zelensky and the leaders of France, Germany, and the United Kingdom and NATO, adding that European leaders shared Washington's desire to end the war and that he had also spoken several times with the Russian President Vladimir Putin. The Berlin discussions involving Zelensky, a U.S. delegation led by envoy Steve Witkoff, Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner, and European leaders focused on potential security guarantees for Ukraine, including a European-led multinational force supported by the U.S. European leaders say they were committed to a robust security guarantees described by U.S. officials as Article 5-like, while Zelensky stressed that Kiev needed clarity and such guarantees before any decisions on territorial concessions. And that's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, thank you for staying with us. Straight to Ms. Andukwe. Good to hear that we need to scrap these taxes and levies. Do you see it happening?
Well, I don't know whether Nigeria will change to be Canaan or so when it will happen. Because why I'm saying this, Kelly, you and I know that anytime an Inspector General of Police is appointed, for instance, he will come out and dish out another, a stern order that all the roadblocks should be dismantled on our highways across the nation. I have not seen it happen. It may still up to a week if it will endure, because there will be some roadblocks they will call strategic ones. They are never touched any day. It's been like that to any of them. This Betek will also announce that. What is it with Nigeria that it had never happened? Is this one going to, maybe they will send somebody from the Oval Office, from the United States, to come and then police it. They will listen. If not, it's a policy issue. It's been made. If they implement it, it will always be wishy-washy, the way other policies have been going. So for me, I do not believe in that. Maybe seeing will be believing.
Okay. Inflation dropping to 14.something%. I don't understand the inflation the MBS is. Personally, I don't understand it. Do you understand it, Archbishop? 14.45%.
We have never understand their statistics.
What we have from is Brandige's statistics. Yeah. When you benchmark it with realistic, it does not really neither here nor there. And it has been the pattern of this administration to jump to the streets and begin to celebrate things that I would say are superficial. You know, an economy has to be rooted in production. When all we are doing is taking loans, come here and there, even to fund public life, we have to take public loans that we are paying so much for. It trickles down on the market forces and, of course, the inflation. So, well, if something drops, like we go to the market, we used to buy rice at higher price. Maybe this Christmas we buy lower. The stability of it, is it going to be like that for the next 6 months or even the rest of the administration? So what we want to say, yes, for somebody who is already in a tight corner, if you have a little, what do they call it?
Relief?
Not only relief, air to breathe. You jump up to say, oh, at least I've seen the light of the day for a moment. But what we think, we need strategic sustainability of this price index lowering. And also based on economic decisions taken by those who are managers of the economy. But what we have now is like a trial and error thing. If a projection is given and it manages to come within that circle, it's like government have gotten it right. Whereas the next time you see, it goes up again. So, well, if actually what we see what they are brandishing practically, we'll be happy because it will be more money in our hands to buy more goods, more valuable goods. But I think it's not time to rejoice here.
Comrades do.
Kelly, sometimes I don't know with this index that they give to us just to raise our hopes. I don't know if it is being put forward with the economy of some other countries, because from time I find it difficult, even when they say as at the point the state of our economy was in 2015 and the GDP was as at that time #1 in Africa under the Goodluck Jonathan era. I asked myself, in practical, you don't see this thing. So when they come up with this index, I just only look at it, I move at it, and I will just be asking myself, Yes. Well, you can't argue with them. They have put it out there. But the truth about it is, we are not feeling it. It's just like what Dangote just said now. By today, it will be 780 what per liter that should be sold. Now it takes the independent operators to comply. So when Dangote now give us this figure, and you and I goes to the filling station, and we are still seeing 800 plus, 900 plus. But in statistic, they are telling you that officially for the Christmas, it is 70 something. My dear, are you feeling it? Now be the one the president talked during the campaign. Now statistics we go chop. The president said this. Not the statistics we go chop. We need it practically.
Okay.
So they have said what they want to say. We should feel it. The only place where I want to see that they should sustain, which is a bit obvious to me, is at this time last year, I think we are struggling to get a clean stone-free rice for the least for 100k. But this year, as God may have it, if you have your 70,
that's 80, a drop now. That's a drop.
That is the only area on that alone. But yam and other things are still on the high. It's only rice that I notice that is a big down cheaper compared to what it was. Frankly, it as at today, go to the market, you will still get clean stone-free rice for 70, 80,000.
50 kg.
Yes. I got it, so it's my own eyewitness report. Okay. But then you have every other thing is still quite high.
All right. We're going on now.
Well, we are still within the region of 2 digits. Yes, they have tried in terms of reducing the digit.
They are okay.
Yeah. But first it was 20 something.
It was still 2 digits.
Yes, it's 2 digits now. 15 is 2 digits.
That's fine. It was still 2 digits.
Yes, but at least the figure.
30 is 2 digits.
Yes.
20 is 2 digits.
Yes,
but the figure now.
But the figure now is
what
the truth is that
this one must die.
Well, you see, this is a country that sometimes, when it comes to a particular period, we must make things dramatic.
Yeah,
that's the problem. Ordinarily, like you just said, I must also be honest on the part of government in some cases. And also on some issues too. I must also be honest too. For instance, the price of rice, of a bag of rice, irrespective of the brand,
yeah,
has reduced.
Yeah,
that is. But let me also say, because almost every family uses onions. Onions have gone out. No, the onions have gone out.
Tomatoes, pepper.
Like 2 months ago, I can tell you, because sometimes I do markets of onions of 500. You can see
full.
Very. But now it has gone down. So where is inflation? Where is the issue of inflation reducing?
It's selective.
And again, the price of cement, I don't did a market survey of cement. It depends also. Like in Port Harcourt here, a bag of cement maybe 10,000. I went to Bori, went to Andoni. They have added a fraction to it. So when you consider this inflation reducing on the cost of on the commodities that Nigerians are using, it tells you the effect is still very, very negative on Nigerians.
Okay.
So again, those of them who are in government, you can imagine also within this month, they have summoned the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace, whatever.
And they've justified it now.
That the price of...
They justify the high cost of tickets.
That is it. So it is high. Which is also telling us that the inflation is high in Nigeria, irrespective of the figure with saying, but the figure where inflation is coming down. But on the real cost, in terms of you managing what you have, it is still high.
Very high.
The transport fare, whether you like it or not, has not come down. Mind you, also in this period now, Nigerians will manipulate the system to see how, from Lagos to, I don't want to say airline, land.
Don't go airline.
From it will be from,
Don't go airline.
It will, that is it. So, the problem is that we are not also helping ourselves. Like we also discussed the issue of tax. When we are not able to put things in place that will cushion the effect on Nigerians, it makes no sense of issue of inflation reducing in Nigeria, because the cost of commodities, the cost of goods and services are what Nigerians are trying to see reduction. But as it is now, no reduction on so many things. Like I have said without missing word, that the price of rice has come down, but other ones
okay.
They have not. Okay, I also said let me also at least help government in a way to the price of Gary.
Yes.
I must be frank. I do my own. I forgot what I do.
Yes.
The price of Gary also have come down because some months ago I began the price of Gary above 20,000.
Yes.
All right.
But it has come down. But that doesn't mean that everything is in a state of celebration.
Okay.
So for me, the digit has reduced, but some commodities are still not coming down.
I just remember that the bread I buy, they've added price to it.
Yes.
I remember on Friday when I went, I noticed that the price, I'm like, this is not what you used to call.
Yes. You like so much. You know, you could notice that bread like.
Dr. Obidima.
Okay, you know, the whole thing is so comical that when MBS is also politicizing that figure. MBS is not doing real research to give us real inflationary rate of the country. They are also behaving like the judiciary. You know. So that is what we see in a system that is run by a kind of a group, a mafia group. You know, and whatever they want to do, they do it, they achieve it, they dish it out to the public, they kind of force it for you to swallow it. When people begin to talk certain things, inflation, it's like some of us, we never went to school, at least in secondary school, we read economics. We know what the law of demand and supply is. And a situation where you're a dependent country, over 80% of the things used in this country are imported. And there's no production going on. And you are telling us that inflation, are they talking of food inflation or are they talking of other inflation?
Even food inflation dropped too.
Dropped. Well, I know that I am using my own salary to gauge this so-called inflation because as of December last year, my salary afforded me something. In fact, it was good. And around that kind of May, it was not carrying again, even till now. When gas shot up, the price of gas, cooking gas,
No.
So, when this electricity bill, especially moved also
this year.
In fact, he said we are not operating on tariff. Anything they allocate to us, we pay.
So that's a different thing now.
So
an estimated bill.
Yeah, he said yes.
No, but even your estimated bill, as a consumer.
Excuse me,
I
let me tell you.
have my experience.
I wish I forgot. I would have come with my bill, my current bill that I yet to pay. Do you know that after they typed something, they now went and used my own wrote 10,000 on it. I said people are playing poison, and this is
your bill is 10K.
Is it 10K?
Or they are saying that let's assume that you have an arrears. Let's assume you have an arrears.
Yeah,
They're not saying.
Wait.
I say let's assume.
Let me explain this thing to you. Because I'm affected. You are not in this estimated. So
I wasn't estimated.
You were.
I wasn't estimated.
I said I'm still there.
Privileged bandit.
I'm still there. When I tell you that they allocate these things,
That's 4 units.
you will not agree. You see, I hope they are hearing me. Those managing the line, OPM line, hello, Zolumuntu Aziz, we don't get light. Actually, we don't.
But you get
And
this.
every month, Kelly, see, it's annoying. Every month I subscribe to DSTV, and I will never
enjoy.
My subscription will just go like that. Every month.
It's a serious matter.
No, it's a serious matter.
It's annoying.
You know, when you see light 3 days, you'll be tempted to go and subscribe. You make it subscribe, you start wahala. You will never listen to news. I've never listened to 8 o'clock news, 9 o'clock news every day.
Sorry.
In the night.
Sorry.
You know, you begin to wonder.
Sorry.
For the past nearly 2 weeks now,
For
the past nearly 2 weeks, we have not pumped water.
So how people coping?
I'm telling you, this is what is going on. The people have obsolete facilities that are breaking down. They can bring light now. In the next 4 minutes, it will go. They bring again. In fact, when they calculate what they are giving us in a day, it's not up to 30 minutes. So you begin to wonder what kind of system is that?
Then a solar system.
It's a developing country.
Yes. You see, this solar, this thing also. You are not factoring it as part of the inflation.
That is it.
You know, the gas we are talking here, the bees, the cooking, the fish you are using have not come down.
Yes, you're right.
The cost of fish have not come
Very
down.
costly.
The cost of meat has not come down.
Okay.
What has come down? So they will tell us before January now they may tell us that the thing are falling to 1%.
I said December.
Why
December price crashed even more.
why prices of everything remain the same? So Nigerians don't believe them. They can say all that they say. Please,
Okay.
not believe. It's a shame that a country that has a lot of gas reserve will be buying 12.5 kg at over 16,000 naira.
Okay.
It's terrible.
I think I bought I think last month, so it's 17, 18.
We're still feeling that.
Where did you buy?
I think I bought like 18,000.
13?
18, 17, 18.
Oh, I thought you said 13.
Sometime last year, 12.5 last month.
Last week, I got frankly it was 14,800.
So it's possible that dropped. You know, it dropped at some point.
Yeah, 14,000.
It dropped to 15k at some point.
14,800.
Yeah, it
Now went up
back
again.
to
Last week.
16,000.
But now a kg, where I'm doing my own, a kg is 1,500 naira. Before it was 1,200.
This one is 1,300.
Okay.
I mean, where I'm doing my own now.
Let's leave the gas.
Take that matter to. He knows how to handle.
No. Leave Dr. Obidima. No, leave Dr. Obidima.
He has been sending me map.
He should deal.
No, the one he sent to me was.
See,
I give him for that.
I beg you, leave Dr. Obidima to deal with PhD the way he suits.
GFC subscription is high.
He suits fine for himself. I was just asking him here. The one that they wrote by hand, is that your bill? Because sometimes they can do your arrears may be there and they'll write pay this amount to avoid disconnection.
Yes. Just give him the.
They write pay this amount to avoid disconnection. He says, oh, you are prepaid, so you don't understand this thing. No problem.
Kelly,
I don't want to accommodate.
Kelly, you see that thing you are sending to me, that link. I don't understand. Come and explain this thing to me properly.
But you put the amount
Send the link to me. I said they will tap current arrears.
If you need support, ask him.
And all those, it's not the arrears.
I'm telling you.
I'm talking of the current.
When you look at your bill, Dr. Obidima,
What would have cost me more than 200 something thousand?
when you look at your bill, when they bring the bill, there is always the current charge and there is arrears. Arrears is what you are owing. If You say it's estimated.
Yes.
There's always an arrears,
Yes.
right? If, for instance, they bring 10,000 today for this month,
yes,
you don't pay the entire 10,000. Let's say you say, I'm estimated if I'm not giving me light, you go and pay 7,000.
Yes.
And they say, okay, no problem.
3,000.
That 3,000, they will not throw it away. They will hand it and pass it on to the new month.
Yeah.
It becomes an arrears for you.
Okay, I want to say this. When they're printing that thing out, all the things you are saying are there, and they say, call them this and this. Now, my total now, my total is 380,000.
So that's telling you.
What? You know why? You know why? Because
they'll be bringing forward.
wait, sometimes they will bring bill of 30-something thousand.
You
see? Now I will go on 2 occasions, written them and reported. When I reported, come and inspect my house. I'm living alone. No appliances, no AC, no nothing. They will come. Okay, to avoid this thing, go and take
Prepaid.
Now they will begin to give me bill of 1,000 something. I hope you are getting. And that 35,000 they gave in error.
They won't write it off.
They will not write it off.
Have you written for reconciliation before?
That is the next thing I want to do. I want to go through a lawyer.
No,
I want to go through a lawyer.
See, I'm saying one thing. He's hearing and saying another thing. You are saying another thing. I said, have you written for reconciliation before?
Why don't you ask consultation fee to call for
No. There was one time that we were just having a conversation. He wanted to correct me. I said, Doctor,
You said it,
Mark. I said, Doctor, I'm only giving you information. He almost corrected me. Like I've become a staff of PhD, so I move my hand.
It's Nigerian maps that you're saying.
No, the thing is, it's annoying. When they finish these calculations, they will not go to the current.
Remember,
maybe the current is they put there originally 1,000 something. They will not use Biro to defense the one that they printed and put 10,000
naira. They are telling you that if your current charge is this amount, you are owing them this amount.
But the point is
they are saying this is what they are saying. For you to keep having power, pay this amount.
So the point is that we are not having that power. They say you should pay the amount. Why you hitting people?
That's inflation.
Yes.
I've given up.
Inflation.
I've given up.
I will come. But I will also go with a lawyer. Because these people
write them, since you have reported over time that you were being overbilled, write them for reconciliation, that you want to reconcile your accounts. Write to them first for reconciliation.
Just
Hear them let them say what they want to say. You can write for reconciliation. I'm going to look at your account and see that you're overbilled. They can write off the arrears.
The truth of the matter is that it should migrate from this thing to
solar.
To solar. To get the
solar
prepaid, so that it is what you have used any given time. You go and recharge and you continue.
Bishop, prepaid is another drama.
Bishop,
another drama.
You see,
another drama.
I know that some people who did it in my area. Dr. Chinwo, he paid for 1 year
for prepared.
Oh
yes, another drama.
Dr. Chinwo had to go to court before they were forced to come out there.
Okay. Mr. Kelly, inflation, NBS numbers.
Very well. I think NBS is a center of perhaps on, if you like, you call it phantom statistics. Because Kelly, when somebody is telling you that inflation is coming down, I think some of us here have mentioned about rice coming down. That is true. If we compare it with last year. But even the amount that is occupying now, is it what you should be buying?
No.
Now, what about meat? What about every other commodity?
Paper.
See, I don't understand when they tell us that the king, things have come down. I don't understand. So for me, I will always say yes. Those who maybe have big offices and all that, they are occupying those offices, and the country is paying all the expenses. They are having it down because, you know, if Asoro, for instance, is eating exactly what he has made, the president will know that this money is going down and he's not making equivalent one, so that it's not going up. It remains stagnant, and sometimes it goes down, down, down. And once you find out that your account is heaving over, then the only thing it will mean is that things are very rough. But for now, you see government officials will come out and tell you that things are improving. And I don't know where it's improving. I don't know. Because, Kelly, I'm saying, get into Rumosi market. You'll find out whether there's anything we have in this world even that is statistics that NBA should reel out at any time. For me, what I believe is that a man that is, just as we are talking now, is it not work we are doing? That is it. So MPS must come out some days, they bring out a book and then write something. Things are rough, whether they accept it or they don't accept it. That is the truth. That's the reality.
Okay, finally, should we not talk about Malami because he was once Attorney General and people suffered what he's suffering now? Or should we talk about Malami because what is right should be done?
Yes and no.
Malami is crying of witch hunt. I'm wondering if the AFC, they've held it now for almost a week. It's almost 1 week now that they've held him. No, he's in court.
Yes, he's in court.
Ngige has been taken to court.
Yesterday.
No, he's right now in Ngige's case, he has gone to court. He's been arraigned.
Yeah.
Malami is yet to be arraigned. They are just holding him.
Yeah.
It's been more than 72 hours since Malami presented himself to the FCC and they held him.
Why they outcry?
He's saying that it's witch hunt. That Olukoyede should recuse himself. I'm only saying, because I will not pretend to be oblivious of some of these things. But I'm saying, should we not talk about Malami? Because Malami was Attorney General.
We're already on it.
Because Malami was Attorney General and as the Minister of Justice, he overlooked when some of these things, he looked away when some of these things were happening. Or should we talk about Malami because talking about Malami can help us in strengthening our system so that we do the right thing? Dr. Obidima.
Yes, Malami should be there. You know?
Obidima, yeah, right.
Because Malami was the Attorney General when Ababio 100 billion EFCC case because he joined the APC. Attorney General now kept quiet. So when they are there, they never ever think that one day that there's also an uncomfortable position that many Nigerians are going through or find themselves. And when you stay there only for 72 hours, they start crying, shouting. It's so uncomfortable. Even including them who are there today shouting, one day they will also go there and they will test it. You know, you may have your billions, it's just one day because the bullshit you occupy is not forever. No matter how you try to manipulate the system. The only problem I have with them is that they don't touch ex-presidents. You know, if they touch, all of them will also go and get that uncomfortable zone. They will stay there.
So Malami should stay there.
Let the law take it.
If we say let the law take its course,
yes,
they should have taken him to court.
Exactly.
If we say let the law take its course, he should be in court.
The law in Nigeria, it's not the law in Nigeria. It's in the rule of law. The law in Nigeria is that you must be punished. You know, you must feel some discomfort for any misnomer or any infraction that was committed. You know, so that tomorrow, Fabomi, Can also be there.
All the irony of the whole thing. There's this slogan that goes on in this country for many years, even before I was born. Wait for your turn. And that's what he's playing out. He enjoyed his turn. Now he's also facing the music that those who are in charge now are playing for him. But it's unfortunate. We need a system. And when we talk about the system, the people are the engine of the system. And what is happening today is that we don't have people in office who actually want the system to work. The system is working based on perceived interests. For some, you are not supporting me. Even if the law says I should not hunt you. But because you're not supporting me, I will hunt you using the system that I am now in to do whatever I like to do. Ordinarily, if anybody is corrupt, by law, it should be investigated. And if he's found wanting, it should be prosecuted. And he can be jailed. But as it is in this country, for me, we allow sentiment. Like you just mentioned, like when Adam Oshomole was the APC national chairman, he said if you join APC, your sin will be forgiven.
He has denied it.
No, I heard it.
He has the right to deny.
He can deny, but it was the clip. I listened to him. It was on a live.
I'm only telling you that he has denied it.
Yes, I heard it too.
There's no doubt about it.
There's no doubt.
But at least I heard
it.
He said the context which people are holding on to is wrong.
No problem.
Very educated man.
But the issue is still playing out that the moment you join the ruling party, even if you are found with a human hate, sorry, it's my statement, your sins are forgiven.
He said that out of old
yes, and it's a problem. Now, it is not helping even our democracy, our judicial system, and everything to grow. What is, I have not read in any paper that if you cannot beat them, join them. I was told it was said during the MPN period that if you cannot beat them, join them. And that's what is playing out. So far as you want your empire to be protected, you join them. You will be protected. And that's what we are seeing what is happening today. The laws are there that if Frank today, even they call it libel, scandal or that, there are laws that if I do what is wrong, I can be prosecuted. But if I join the ruling party, I am protected. Even if I'm working on human hate, I'm bringing people down. So far as I am part of those who are in power, I am not a sinner, I am not corrupt, and that's why you can see today, people are enjoying the power. Right. You are in this country. When former state governor, what's his name? Before our eyes, we were buying our money. There was no problem. You see, and the period is coming. We were buying our money. You bargain. How much are you going to take? 5,000. They'll give you 2,000. And nothing happened. There was no national protest. So we're living in a country where the laws do not work except you are in power. And because you are in power, you can manipulate the system. And then all of us who are the lower head of the ladder will be clapping. Yeah, he's the strongest man. Why is he strong? He is strong because he's in power to manipulate the system. So for me, like he has said, Malami also look the other way. When people who should be in jail were also abusing and destroying the system because they were with him. He said, no, let them go. So now too that people have come in, they are facing the music. But for how long? For me, we need to correct these anomalies that we are seeing in this country so that we can have a better country that somebody can stand the test of time and say, this is my country.
Kelly, sometimes the vigor in which I talk about Nigerian problem, I go back looking for pain relief. But I think I've relented in that vigor. Let me just... You see, the Bible said that when the foundation be destroyed, what can the righteous do? our foundation is so destroyed. Our foundation is so destroyed to the point where you now see that the custodians of the law are the ones breaking the laws. I am, in as much as some persons will say, take the message and leave the messenger, sometimes it's just good. Take the message and take the messenger. We also agree, don't throw the bath water with the child. But sometimes I get the way the child could disturb ready. No. You know. You will not understand. When you go to the traditional setting, when you see when a child is sick, and they are looking for traditional means, depending on the spirits that they are trying to. If you see the treatment they give to the child, you understand that they throw the child in the bath too. So in this scenario, I think if only what played out during the COVID-19, that our leaders for the first time, if I should say, now tasted the rot in the system. When the wife, the president of the late, the wife of the late president, may so rest in peace, Aisha Buhari, made that statement that even in the villa, there is no syringe. When it got to the point where internationally, where their kids were, they were all bringing them back. Some of them, their elites who made headache, could run to the nearest country where they could get better this thing because they've not kept our own in good state. They were dying here. How I wish what is happening to Malami today, even Latif Fagbemi, and those who are cruising the luxury of being in government will one day come back and face what they couldn't amend when they were in the, when they had the opportunity. Today they are coming. They say what goes around comes around. If you have passed through that road in a local palace and you defecate and you forget that you will come back through that route and you face what you dropped on the road, I guess you will go leaving the road clean.
Okay.
Today, I pray, just like what he said, it's sad enough that even presidents are not facing this. If some of them will face this music and really go to that kri-kri, I guess when they have the opportunity, they will make sure things work, because it can either be 4 years or 8 years, but whatever years you spend, you will come back and be a normal citizen. When the law, as a respecter of no man, take his course, you too go face that thing that you decide not to amend. It's good, let Malami face it. Maybe if he has the opportunity of coming back and his little ones are having the opportunity of going back, he will drag their ear, do the needful, because you will come back one day, face that thing in the society.
Archbishop.
Well, I just think that when we talk so seriously about Nigeria and corruption, I laugh, because even the law encourages corruption. No, that's the situation where, for instance, the EFCC Act gives you a plea bargain. There is no, see, this is a country that you can commit crime, especially financial crime, and if the owe money is, if they even see the account, you will tell them, go and take this. Most of the investigators, why they're interested in financial crimes, it's not because they want to stop corruption. It's because they want to take their own share. Their own share. You have this there, you are wasting your time. They will even tell you how to go about it. So public officers are not afraid to misappropriate, to even take directly from the treasury. So for me, Nigeria is becoming a big joke. The only problem we have, maybe if we begin to look at it prophetically, when people want to, perhaps their last days, they want to repent. All this, but I mean, you are talking like that. How much was brought back as Nigerian money through consultancy? How much did they share? Through many people made money under him. The roots that were Abacha, all the Abacha. How did they, are they ever accounted for it? So we have a system that it's only, that is why somebody used to say close to me, he said, my brother Bishop, anyhow you preach to me, when I get there, let me collect. No, people have made it a very conscious. They don't go to government. Have you seen it now? That most people who talk about elections, who want to go into government, don't tell you what they will do for the people again. They are going there to clean out. Because that is the best place you can go and clean out. You are also respected. One way or the other. You would have made your name. Amass fiscal wealth. I just see somebody in office. He's acquiring. He's building.
Before the eyes.
What he did not have even before.
2 months even before.
Before. And the people are clapping that he's even doing that investment in the state. So I'll conclude by saying the country has been configured to fail. Okay. And for corruption to thrive. If we are serious, in the Asian country, corruption penalty is death.
Okay.
So we are not going to that point. We are treating with kid glove.
Kelly, you see, I want to make my own very simple. Ordinarily, we should indeed not be talking about Malami was Attorney General and all that, and then he kept a blind eye to oddities. However, our purpose should be to sanitize the system.
Yeah.
Whether he was doing wrong or was not doing wrong. But one thing, as a very big caveat, Kelly, for Malami is that let him not cry. You see, because whenever you are doing whatever you are doing, you see, in this world, there's no way you can cheat God. Though. When you are doing whatever you are doing, remember that your own time must come. And so, as it's happening now, people are crying. You heard my friend Obidima, he said he should be there. Yes, that was the very first comment he made on Malami. So, Malami should know that whatever you sow, cassava, that's exactly what we are going to get, not rice. So, what he has done is exactly what he's getting. But for Nigerians, we should do it the right way. Not because Malami has done it the wrong way. Let it be wrong for him. Let us always be. He should indeed be convicted before he will be left wherever or be sanctioned and all that. But for now, what's the essence of holding him like that? Is it because of the badness he did? You remember when he mentioned that those who are selling motor pass, I think it was in the case of whoever, I can't remember exactly, equated motor pass sellers to that particular thing, and then Nigerians were completely numb. They didn't know how to fathom it.
Kelly, another thing is, yes, this law is one thing that I always say. We should harmonize our laws. EFCC's legal representative have not responded to what you have said now, and a lot of persons have said he has been held above.
They said he has not met his bail condition. That's what the EFCC they are claiming. That he has not perfected his bail.
Okay, that's another thing. He has not perfected. Now a lot of people who do not know. And another thing again, in the course of EFCC,
you mean like really? A man like Malami will not have the means to perfect his bail condition.
What do you want me to say?
No, let's be serious now.
The son alone can do that.
Let's be serious.
Do you know the terms of the bail condition?
I don't understand.
To be honest to you,
if you don't understand,
I don't see anything that they will tell.
The terms can be outrageous. Maybe to him, I don't know.
Malami,
the question
is
in Nigeria.
Yes.
Leave this thing.
Does EFCC ask to even detain somebody for 12 hours or 26
He was above the law when he was in government.
EFCC is detaining some Nigerians over 2 months.
But Kelly, you know that normally if they see, apart from meeting the bail terms, if they see need to keep you beyond that hours that you said.
But that's not what they are saying.
Yes, I know.
What they are saying is that he has not perfected his bail condition.
Until...
But he has not perfected it.
They have said something which is justifiable.
But for them now,
EFCC grant you.
They can grant administrative bail.
Administrative bail.
They can grant administrative bail.
But it's already saying that the chief, the EFCC chairman, has a personal.
That's why I want him to recuse himself. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's turn the conversation over to the esteemed listener. 08109510951. Again, 08109510951. So that is the number for you to call and make your contributions. Traditional SMS, Dangote and Malam Farouk. Dangote has an advert for Farouk already.
Yes, serious one.
There's a graphics work out already. I saw it this morning. I'm like, oh, wow, guys. Seriously, I commend Alhaji Dangote for exposing and challenging that Malam Farouk to explain how he could pay $5 million tuition fees for his children, way above his legit earnings. And I sincerely believe that the betterment of Nigeria is curiously clinging on such might and boldness of vocal and influential figures like This is my uncle, Dangote. Special Douglas from Jerry. Today, 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Welcome, sir.
Good morning, the panel is there. My dear brother, I am asking.
Your radio is loud. Can you turn down the volume on that radio?
My name is Prince, aka 3
Prince, turn down the volume on your radio.
Okay, I'm out of the radio, sir.
Okay.
So my question is, how can someone like Malami?
Today, 95.1. Good morning.
Yes, Kelly, good morning.
Can you turn down the volume on your radio?
Okay. Is it okay now?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can still hear myself. I can still hear myself.
Okay, is it okay?
Hello? Go on, please.
I can hear you. I can hear you. Hello?
Please go on.
Okay, my name is Divine Thomas. I'm calling you from Gulf State here, Audley Road. So, Kelly, you see, what goes around comes around. You see, I want our brother here, FCT minister, to know. This is an example to all of them. That whenever you are in power, whenever you are trained with caution, you have to apply wisdom. You don't have to apply wisdom. You don't come and because you have the power, want to swallow everybody. I want FCT minister to know that, you see, what goes around comes around.
All right.
Very soon.
Thank you.
All of them.
Today, 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Welcome, Clever Gerald, yes?
Yeah, Clever Gerald calling for Port Harcourt. I have to go and all the girls. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Kelly, Nigerian government celebrating that the selection has dropped. Kelly, what is the parameter they used in evaluating or checking the stuff? It's just unfortunate that they will be celebrating on things that is not factual. Kelly, can we go to the market and check the cost of things? Kelly, outside rice that dropped with maybe like 10 or 15,000. Outside rice, Kelly, there is nothing in Nigeria that has dropped. Outside rice, every other thing gets increasing. If joined to the festive, even the festive period that we are, everything are increasing, and they are telling us that inflation has dropped. Inflation. I don't know why this government just like lying to Nigerians and then telling us things that are not right.
All right.
And Kelly, for Malami, sorry,
60 seconds. Today, 95.1. Good morning.
Bro, Kelly, good morning.
Welcome, sir.
We are praying for you, Mr. Collins.
Collins, welcome. I hailed Job. Job is doing well.
River State. Kelly.
Sir?
Job is beautiful. Elabuchi to Africa to Ruala to Abba to Lanka to Echue. We are living peaceful. We are happy.
That's great.
But we protest yesterday, Kelly.
Why?
And because of this light issue, God bless you. Do you know that for the past 2 months, they are rationing light in my 1, my 2, my 3. For the past 2 months, like now, they will take this light by 1 o'clock and give another section of people. For the whole of you that you are more than 1.something million in this view, we have know the population we are in this view. We protested yesterday, so that nobody will feel like we take our protest to my 1 police station. The DPS are aware.
All right.
We are breathing to them.
All right.
We are doing everything that in case. Because they do, we know they do, they stubborn.
All right, Collins.
They talk and national radio.
All right, Collins.
Once they like you, are not going to feel like me. Thank you.
Okay. There you have it. Knowing lack of jurisdiction, why wait for 8 months to say so? Supreme Court declines jurisdiction on the case and at the same time gives judgment that a president can suspend the governor after it said that Obasanjo as president cannot suspend the governor. I'm not aware that the Supreme Court ruled on that case. I've not been able to cite it. People have been mentioning it. I've not been able to cite it. That's the case where I think it's Joshua Dario also that took the matter to the Supreme Court. The love, that's your message. Thank you. Today, 95.1, good morning.
Hello, good morning, Mr. Kelly, Chief Nduku, and the girls in the studio. A blessed one to you, and bad one to all the bad politics and shine and like government everywhere. Mr. Kelly, you see, looking at this Japan government, I tell you, this is the biggest fraud that has ever happened to us as a nation. Because I tell you, Mr. Kelly, in as much as they are claiming that inflation has dropped, what have you, the extortion has become times 100. Now just imagine there is something terrible that is happening that we are not saying it. And thank God for Dr. Obodima. He just mentioned it when I was even thinking to rehearse about it. The power holding, they have succeeded in bringing 1 meter now. I tell you, 20 units cannot even last for up to 4 days. And these people, the level of how every institution
All right,
are
Sam.
exploiting us these days is
Thank you, Sam.
becoming unbecoming.
First, you want to check what band you are on. So some of you don't care about these things. You want to check what band you are on. If you're,
checking band.
why not just get
information?
Why not just get information?
There are those who don't know.
I find this thing a bit funny. I was at home yesterday and my mom came. Oh, there's meeting in the because they want to downgrade the area to band E. People are complaining that the bill is too expensive. I'm like, wait, it's not the same people that were shouting in the same estate that they should give us prepaid. Now they're using prepaid and they're screaming that it's too high. I'm like, they didn't know. So I now called somebody. I said, what's up? What am I hearing? What's this thing? He said, it's now we understand. I said, people didn't know that 209 per unit is what is being charged on band A. He says, now we're understanding it. I said, I don't understand. But you went first to scream. Now they have brought it prepaid. You're now seeing how expensive it is. You're shouting again. Get information first. If you're on band A, you're not paying 69 kilowatt. You are paying 209. 209. When we're shouting that band A is 3 times, so 300% what ordinary people pay. That's what band A costs. Band A is expensive.
So what?
So if you're on band B, you're on band C, you're on band D, you're paying 69 kilowatt per unit. That's what you're paying. 69. If you're on band A, you're paying 209. So when you buy 5,020 kilowatts and you think that you have power, in 2 days, that's finished.
So my band is how many hours?
Please go and check.
That one is Z.
Please get information. Even if you want to fight, get the right information so that when you are going to fight, you know you are armed with the right information. Let us not just be going about, just be shouting. If you don't have information,
Kelly, how much for a band Z?
I don't know.
That's where me I do.
I don't know. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Obed, welcome.
Thank you very much, and good morning to all our guests.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Kelly, MBS always reeling out statistics that does not even, have
Obed, your radio is a little loud now. Your radio is a little loud.
Yes,
Turn down the volume.
Sorry. So, always they roll out statistics every time inflation has dropped, inflation has gone up, and there is no effect of it. I don't know how we are looking into it, Kelly, because if you say inflation is dropping, it should be able to reflect in the life of an average citizen. We should be able to see that things are going down somehow. But this one, each time you roll out inflation, it has dropped, and we are not seeing the effect. So how do we reconcile that now, Kelly? Answer for me. Thank you.
Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Welcome.
And everybody in the house. Kelly, you see the judgment that was made by our judges. Is one thing, he only tells me one thing, that the common man have no hope when it comes to Nigeria. Again, like literally, I pray people don't start taking laws into their hands or doing jungle justice, because if we can go this far, it tells us that there is no hope for the common man. That's for that. Then when it comes to the inflation, I just wonder why this government chooses to always stage issues just to come up with one thing so that they will say, okay, they are trying, they are working. Everything they are doing is just stage working. Because really, if you go to the market, like what Dr. Dima is saying, is now because they reduce rice, and that's because I'm sure they went into importing rice into the country this period just to stage it. Okay.
You didn't tell us your name before you go. All right, she's gone. Good morning, Today 95.1.
Good morning, brother.
Wellington.
Kelly, I wish you invite the Nepal officials to come to studio to tell us that the light traveled from so distance to my meter is different from the light traveled to Okrika or Andon is different. They are charging. Kelly, this is a normal mathematics in physics. Kelly, you're supposed to start based on the consumption in your home, not on the bank. The bank transmits light to your meter, and the meter delivers to you based on what you have.
Wellington, do you want to react to? Don't do it. Are you reacting to the things that we talked about or the side talk before I move on?
Okay, not to cut me.
Which are you doing?
Let me go straight. When the man comes to see, I will ask him for question. Let me go to
Today 95.1. Good morning.
Kelly, good morning.
Welcome.
I'm Coach Andy. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Okay.
Kelly, I want to talk about this government. They always say inflation has dropped. Inflation has dropped. I don't really understand. Is it them on top, them in the government? Are they the one that will tell us that inflation has? Is it not we the market here will let them see what you have been buying before is no longer the 30%. It has come down. This Tinubu government, I don't understand. The line in this Tinubu government is too much. Nothing has dropped apart from rice, very small naira that has dropped. And you see the same way it was. Nothing. Hunger is still ravaging people. We are still suffering. Fuel, you see not now that Dangote said that it's reducing fuel price. So it's something.
All right.
700 and something naira. Yes, have it dropped?
Thank you.
Compared to what?
Good morning. Today 95.1.
Allow me to burn my time now.
No. There's order, you know.
You're forcing me now, but allow me to burn my time.
Oh yeah, go on, Wellington.
Let me talk about inflation. Your federal government says inflation has dropped. What are the yardsticks dropping the inflation? What have they put in agriculture today? What does it tell us? When you want to say something has dropped, you tell us your investment in that area so that we will know whether it is in agriculture leading to manufacturing, leading to other businesses. Don't have a database. They should tell us so that we know those who want to invest, put their interest in where they want to go. Thank you and God bless you.
Wellington. So that if I don't put my foot for ground, when I go just carry me, go where I don't know. Now, wow. Good morning. Today 95.1.
Hello, good morning.
Welcome.
Yeah, Barnabas calling from Element. Hello, can you hear me?
Please go on, Barnabas. We're listening.
Okay. I don't know if the NEPA issue was part of your today's topic.
No, it wasn't. No,
side.
No, it wasn't.
Okay. Well, concerning the inflation, I don't know what the Nigerians expect the government to do. They are the ones in charge of the statistics. When they've ruled out their statistics, it's either you take it or you leave it. Well, what's the noise all about? And then, Kelly, I think you are right on the issue of the band A, band B stuff. I've tried explaining several times to people around that it's exactly what you use that you are being charged for. So please, I think you did well on that aspect.
Thank you
very much.
But I don't agree. Good day. Today 95.1. Good morning.
But do they ask you before they enroll me to band A? And did you know band A does not last for 6 hours?
Sorry.
You talk about
Sam, today 95.1. Good morning. Are you there? Good morning. It seems like the call is connected and nobody is speaking. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Welcome, sir.
My name is Amade. Yes, as if we are holding brief for NEPA. Let me quickly go straight to the point. I also read physics. You see, Bank A, Bank B.
We're not talking about NEPA here.
Yes, but you raised the issue.
No, sir. Can you listen to me? Can you listen to me?
Yes,
Dr. Obidima raised it. Dr. Obidima raised it in trying to explain something. I tried to assist him with information, but Dr. Obidima rebuffed. He doesn't want.
But Can I also come in?
That's what I am checking. You've accused me. I've corrected it. We're not talking about PhD. We've invited them here on multiple occasions. They have come. They have talked. See, I know we have complaints about power. When my area was upgraded to band A, that's how we were, and that was suspecting because we used to be on band B. I said the way we are getting power in this area, I suspect that they will announce one day that they pushed us to band A. Lo and behold, it happened. And it happened at a time when power was terrible. I don't come here to wail every time. There are times when power was terrible. I was writing to NEC, calling my friends in PhD, writing to NEC, calling my friends on PhD. They will give us bill. I say, how can you give us this bill? You're charging us 209, but we're not even seeing the power for the period. You think I don't know? I live in the same space. I live in the same... Dr. Obidum, I leave that thing. They cannot drag me out. They cannot drag me out already. You know they work. You that I freely give information, you almost fought me. No. I said, I need to talk again. For you are band A matter. You have never concern me at all. No, it's not my business. Archbishop is willing to help, so you can reach Archbishop. All right, let's continue reading some of your contributions. Dangote's allegation, not really strange to me. NNPC has been next of worrisome, I suppose you meant a nest of worrisome corruption over the years. And it beats my imagination why no government, past and present, has had the courage to deal with it. Perhaps equity lacking in their hands. Recall a former GMD had millions of dollars and thousands of pounds stored in his house against CBN's financial regulation. Okay, Kano, that's your position. Thank you. How does the Supreme Court acknowledge not having jurisdiction and went ahead to give a ruling? Okay, no. I think Senator Abaribe is right. Tinubu must go 2027. Imagine the hardship he created to the poor masses. We can't afford to feed our families. Tinubu, I am tired of your government. Mr. Leonard from Illinois sent that one. Thank you. All right. Draft Dante, that's your name. Those who supported Tinubu from the beginning, we know. But yours came late because you were calculating where the pendulum would go. This is you reacting to Yeson Wike. So on this, the general public cannot be twisted. For Abaribe, there is one thing to talk and another is to activate that talk to become a reality. So we await the result. Then for the governor, it's the nice one, and we should keep at it. All right, Draft Dante, that is your position. Thank you so much. Good morning, Kelly Ogaima and other good panelists in the studio. SKO Yema, aka SKO. Supreme Court yesterday threw up another controversy in our democratic journey. With this ruling, can a governor suspend an elected local government chairman and councillor? The answer is no. Also, the presidency cannot cause crisis in any state. They want and declare emergency rule and suspend elected officials. All right, SKO Yema, thank you. Good morning, Kelly and our guest. Supreme Court judgment concerning the declaration of emergency rule in Rivers State is a welcome development and has shown that those who take the matter to court are busybodies. God's time. Thank you. Hi, Kelly. Police want to force the ban of the use of tinted glass for people who don't have permission. For me, they should completely ban it for everybody if they want to achieve results. Because the people you claim you issue permission, how far do you know them? Eric, I think I've tried that. Good morning, Kelly and the panelists. I just want to point to the fact that Ogabidima does not... Matthew from Transamadi. It's a free world, though. You can choose to call him President Tinubu. You can call him Tinubu. It doesn't change anything. Besides, if it's an official address, then it becomes a different thing. This is analysis on radio. I mean, you don't say Tinubu na president. Why is Dangote worried about Farouk? Did Dangote not study in Saudi Arabia, which is outside Nigeria? From where did he get the money? Eric Chooks, that's your position. Is it not a shame, especially to our... All right. Mr. Tony, I've left you. Kelly and the guests in the studio, greetings. Let's tell ourselves the truth. Civilian government cannot control Agbero on our roads in Nigeria. Why? They use them in elections, and that's the job they give to them to please the Agberos on the road. Mr. Sampson, that's your position. Okay, thank God ability to Atwebu. Joint Revenue Board asked police, ONSA, that's Office of the National Security Advisor, to clamp down on illegal road collection of levies. Make I laugh small, I beg. As I was driving to my office this morning, I saw men of the Nigeria police collecting money from motorists and keke drivers and asked myself, when would this nonsense thing stop in this country? And these are the people Joint Revenue Board are asking to clamp down on illegal road collection. Tinubu will lose the 2027 Abaribe. If INEC conducts free and fair election without manipulating election results, Tinubu will lose presidential election. All right, thank God ability at Twibu, that's your message. The most I can push here. Friday Olu from Uniport, the MBS says inflation has dropped by 14%. Dropped 2. It has dropped 2. It does not mirror the real situation, or does that mirror the real situation? MBS, like some agencies of government, are founded on untested ideas, not well-supported explanation based on a body evidence and repeated observation. Maybe the MBS created a miniature Nigeria in their system where they jumble and spin out figures to justify the essence of numbers. Okay, sir. Thank you. WhatsApp. Let's read a few. Okay, I see some messages drop later on, and you know that there is a threshold, so I'll just do my best. Okay, first one. All right, this is a message, so we thank you. Tony, we'll listen to your voice notes in a bit. It baffles me when I hear Nigerians addressing themselves as Renewed Hope family, a government that is bereft of ideas on utilizing abundant natural resources in the country, rather choose to endless taxations and continual borrowing. How can a serious government be operating multiple budgets in 1 year? If 70% of 2025 budget is moved to next year, what will happen to the next year budget? All right, fine, John. Send that. Thank you. Every other distinguished guest, good morning. If the Supreme Court has said it lacks jurisdiction, then any other statement that follows becomes an obiter dictum, which can be referenced in the future. Godwin from Chinda, that's your contribution. Okay, let's make our way up. In my view, the parties that took the case of emergency rule in Rivers State to the Supreme Court should be given adequate attention, and the matter should be addressed to its logical and legal conclusion without confusing or trivializing the matter. I say this because the parties are stakeholders in Nigeria, and Rivers State is among the federated states in Nigeria. John Owagugu, that's a contribution. Another one. Good morning, Kelly. Merry Christmas in advance. Merry Christmas to you, sir. Thank you. Thank God ability to I read a text from you, so let's move on. Good morning, Kelly, and everyone in the studio. From what I read from channels, the president has power to suspend any elected official for a limited period of time. Hope I'm correct in my understanding. Well, you missed the conversation. I may push it tomorrow. Let's see. Referring to the so-called reduction in the rate of inflation, the small drop in price of some commodities is not because of their policies, but because people are no longer buying things as they used to because of their poor purchasing power. Patrick, send that message. God in heaven. Chineke. Kelly, Dr. Obidima should write for reconciliation. I did, and it worked effectively. When I talk, it be like say this one, something they worry am. Kelly, somebody sent a message. Kelly, Dr. Obidima should write for reconciliation. I did, and it worked effectively. No be Kelly talk this one. No. Malami should stop crying foul and face his warrant. Emotional blackmail can't stop his trial. He should brace up as a man. After all, he played a role in Nnamdi Kanu's predicament. The concocted Supreme Court judgment did not come to me as a surprise. Aboyo Kingsley for Rumokuta, at least thank you for coming to my rescue. Another one says, tell Obidima to go to NEC. His problem will be solved. No be me talk am. Now people where they listen, they talk am. I know they for that one. With all his contacts, he cannot find their office or he cannot find their number. Or he cannot even ask me. No, I know they help. I know they help. You know the problem when he goes, and it doesn't. It didn't turn out. It's not the way we are saying it. You now come back. You see your people. Yes. You see your people.
I carry troops.
Come after me.
Which means you are not sure.
I dodge it. See this one? I dodge it. Inflation has reduced indeed when a diabetic patient is spending 200k and above a month. A BB patient is spending 100k and above a month. The media help us. Aibatoy. We are trying our best to. What do you want us to do again now? We talk as we see them. Even the ones that we feel that you people are not getting it right, we also they talk them. So our job is not easy, but we'll do our best. Huh? It's all right. If he says so, God bless you. What's up?
Hello, Kelly. Good morning. My name is Stan God. Please, I have a question. If the Supreme Court are saying that the state governors don't have locus to challenge the state of emergency declared in River State because they can't prove, how they are affected by it, then I want to ask, who has locus to file? Because in the case of Joshua Dare in 2004, when he was suspended by Obasanjo, or been removed by Obasanjo, Joshua Dare and the House of Assembly challenged that state of emergency in the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court also struck out that case because they said Joshua Dare has been suspended. So he was no longer in charge of Plateau State. So he didn't have locus to file. In fact, the sole administrator appointed by Obasanjo, Major General Ali, in a counter affidavit, told the Supreme Court that he did not instruct the Attorney General to file that case. So, and the Supreme Court.
Very valid points you're raising. One cannot, in one brush, answer that question. It's a very valid question you're raising. Likely, at Governor Fubara joining that suit, the Supreme Court would have said, "Oh, there's jurisdiction. Let's determine this matter." Maybe they would have said the same thing in the case of Joshua Daride, like you rightly cited. So it's a very difficult, very, very difficult thing to answer. Okay. If this is a voice note, it's 4 minutes 35 seconds. Okay, where I won't begin play. Where I won't begin play.
Good morning, Mr. Kelly and the big bros in the house. My name is Tony Chinonso from Port Harcourt. Just in support of what Mr. P2B and Atiku and others said on multi-party system of this country, which the presidency is frustrating to put and align all of us by force into one-party system. The truth of the matter is that it will not work. Simply because God is involved. It will not work. Let him carry all the governors and put it in APC. It will still not work. I don't know how it's going to happen, but this is Nigeria. The system runs itself. So whether he like it or not, tell me the party that have no issue in court, only APC. PDP, SDP, ADC, Labour Party. Tell me the party now that have no issue in court except APC. Then.
All right, Tony, thank you for that message. So let me just read this one. Good morning, Kelly. Dr. Obidima is cracking up my ribs here with his Malami comments. I just said it so that he will hear. I'm Lucky China from Omuchi in Igruta. All right, thank you. The much we can read from there. Let's flip to Facebook. Take some of your contributions there from Facebook. Just a moment. It's now 18 past 11, so let's see how quickly we can take contributions here. All right, I asked about the Joint Revenue Board decision, okay? Actors Sunday say which police to enforce it. Charlie Manobiano say, that's a good one, but my doubt is if the police will be able to enforce it because they and those boys have become partners in progress. Hello, John. Good morning, Kelly and the panelists. Are these sets of police officers to enforce this order from another space? This is one of numerous orders from the police hierarchy. It's not an order from the police hierarchy. It's the Joint Revenue Board asking the NSA and police authorities to effectively police our roads and reduce the case of levies and the other things that are going on there. All right. Oyema Sylvester Kanayo. Good morning, Kelly and Ogaima. Police to resume tinted glass enforcement next week. I thought this matter is in court. Has the court given a ruling in their favor to warrant them resuming? The answer is no. But they said the court did not bar them from enforcing. So, in good spirit, they suspended it to allow people time to. This is what they said. Oh, it's not what Kelly is saying. No. In good spirit, they allow people time to tidy up their registration and their permits. Now they want to enforce because they've also seen an uptick in crime with tinted vehicles. That's what they said. Sammy Kere, good morning. The planned resumption of tinted glass enforcement by the Nigeria police will contradict court judgment. No court has judged on this matter. There's no court judgment on this matter. Petrol to be sold at 7.39 is a great step toward further downward price review. No, this one is just for the yield title. Don't get excited. It's December, January, maybe mid-January, price will go up again. This is Dangote gift to Nigerians. So it will even apply to all the filling stations. The stations that are depending on NNPC for supply don't expect to see a price drop like this. Amity Prince, Tinubu will lose 2027 election, says Abaribe. Who will defeat him? 80 years old Atiku or Obi that does not have a party yet. It's quite unfortunate that we find ourselves in this country, in this situation as a country. All right. Thank you, everyone, for your time and contributions. We have to go. To our panelists, His Eminence, Archbishop, Ambassador Dr. Biokuji Bob Manuel, Presiding Bishop, joined us in his Kingdom International Ministry at Tale, Port Harcourt, a strategist and public affairs analyst. Thank you, Bishop.
Yeah, thank you, Kelly, and thank you, our Nigerians, for this privilege to communicate with you. Thank you.
All right. Dr. Obidima, journalist, international affairs analyst, lecturer in international diplomacy, River City University.
Yeah, thank you, Kelly. I think the opposition should do well to do what other African nations did by removing a kind of selfishness, in their coming together and actually form one front, get a candidate. It was done in Senegal, and they succeeded.
All right.
Even the big politicians had to allow a younger one to move.
Okay.
And they succeeded. They should do the same thing here. And they will succeed.
Thank you, Doctor. Frank Eniowajiyo, Ogononu, public affairs analyst and author. Thank you, sir.
Kelly, thank you. Thank you again, man. Every one of us, thank you for, I also thank those who listen to us.
All right.
Let us have a good character to change this country for a better country for tomorrow.
Comrade Ruben Izu Jr., thank you, sir.
Buona Kelly. Buona, it's always a pleasure.
And Mr. Emmanuel Indukwe, our in-house analyst. Thank you.
Thank you very much, but Nigerians should also understand.
Use the mic.
Oh my God. Nigerians should understand that if Tinubu will be defeated, that is if he doesn't follow the police of the world dictation. If they dictate to him and he follows it, he will win in 2027. None of them can upstage him.
That's our show. Kelly Kemejima is my name. Hola.
Christmas is about giving and love.
Ekeresimesi eruole. Yes, we wish you a merry Christmas. And make I let you know, say, this period, na enjoyment period. Na time where you suppose they enjoy yourself with your family, JJ and violin. IBP, no be person name, na disease be that. But as you dey jollificate, you don't carry IBP come out for your body, you no go reach us for this 2024 where we don't come out so and 2025 and ahead. On behalf of Today 95.1 FM, we dey wish you Merry Christmas and plus New Year. Aham wo mazi Ike God, Ike Nwachukwu, Ike Nwachineke. They wish you Merry Christmas.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Money.
moment has to be the next best thing.
Because every chapter is unexpected.
At Today 95.1 FM, we know we entertain better, so we do it.
Life is too short to overthink your overthinking, so join us at 11:30 a.m. every weekday.
Let's give you a taste of sugar, spice, and everything nice.
Entertainment Today.
The ultimate entertainment extravaganza.
A beautiful Tuesday morning rather to you. Welcome to Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM. Voice of the People. Yeah, surprise. I mean, you are waiting to hear Queen's voice. Don't worry, Queen will be here tomorrow, but you're listening to the voice of Faustina. And of course, I have Anastasia here with me. Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so welcome once again to Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. So, Anastasia and I, we're going to take you around the world of entertainment. I mean, we'll take you overseas and bring you right back to Nigeria, bringing you all of the great stories, the stories that you've been keeping tabs on, or, I mean, stories around about your favorite entertainment artists, be it in the music scene, movies, what else? I mean,
celebrity gossips.
Okay, that sums it up. Celebrity gossips and all of those. So we'll bring you all of those. So first we'll begin with news, all right? And of course, we'll come down to the gist, where we get to bring you some juicy gists around and about your faves. I mean, that's how you guys call it these days.
Yeah.
Faves. Okay. All right, so we'll begin with the news, go on a break, and of course, come back and we'll continue with the rest of the show. Now, we'll begin with the foreign scene, all right? I mean, a lot is happening, so we'll go on the foreign scene, bring you to the national, of course, go on a break, and we'll be back for the gist segment of the entertainment show. All right, we'll begin with the story that American R&B singer Trey Songz appeared in a Manhattan criminal court on Sunday following accusations that he assaulted a nightclub employee in New York City. Now, according to prosecutors, the incident happened around 4 a.m. on December 4 at the Drama nightclub in Times Square. Court documents say the singer became needlessly irate after a staff member informed him that the club was closing. He is accused of punching the employee in the face, leaving the victim with swelling and significant pain. Now, the 41-year-old singer, whose real name is Tremaine Alden Neversing, has been targeted with assault in connection with the incident, Daily Mail reported. He was also hit with a separate second-degree criminal mischief charge linked to another incident earlier the same day at the Manhattan restaurant, Mira. Prosecutors alleged that property worth about $1,500 was damaged, including DJ equipment, sofas, and hookahs. Reacting to the charges, Trey Songz's lawyer said the singer is cooperating fully and is confident the facts will speak for themselves. Now, the lawyer also claimed that on a separate night, Trey was confronted by individuals who instigated a situation, forcing his security team to step in. The latest case adds to a list of past legal troubles involving the singer. In 2021, he was arrested after an altercation with police at an NFL game in Kansas City, where he was charged with resisting arrest, trespassing, and assaulting an officer. He has also had previous arrests related to resisting arrest and property damage. Earlier this year, Trey Songz settled a long-running civil lawsuit that accused him of sexual assault at a Miami nightclub. And the case was resolved privately before trial, with no admission of wrongdoing. Songs has consistently denied the allegations against him. A foreign scene, American rapper Clifford Joseph Harris Jr., popularly known as T.I., has explained why he does not go to church despite being a Christian. The Atlanta star said he was raised in a Christian household and believes in the realness of God, but the church to him is a business. Speaking in a recent interview with gospel musician Kirk Franklin, T.I. accused Christian clergy of twisting the Bible and exploiting their congregation. I have never been a church person. I grew up in a strong Christian household. My grandma and auntie were very strong in prayer. So I know how to pray, and I know the word, and I know God is real. I've seen his presence and his hands in my life, but I have never felt a connection with the church, he said. To be honest, I don't think the church is real. I think it's a business. It's like a show. It's like public speaking, like TED Talk. And sometimes the clergy is trying to twist the word of God to benefit them. T.I. also said that he doesn't believe that he needs to pay tithe or make any financial commitment to a church before God could bless him. Quoted as saying, "You're telling me I gotta pay this joker for my God to hear my prayer, and I'm out of here," the rapper said. He added that he doesn't believe there needs to be a middleman in his relationship with God in the form of a clergy. And to the national scene, Funke Akindele's Nollywood actress and filmmaker Funke Akindele has recorded a strong box office outing with her latest film, Behind the Scenes, which has grossed 200 million naira in its opening weekend. The film, whose storyline centers on black tax, features Scarlett Gomez in the lead role alongside Yabojo, Funke Akindele, Destiny Etiko, Toby Bakri, Uche Montana, Uzarukwe, Inidima Okoje, Adebo Ale, Mr. Macaroni, Ibrahim Chata, Camo State and reality TV stars Handy and Wani Dan Baki, among others. According to the film's distributor, Film One Entertainment, on Monday, Behind the Scenes recorded the biggest opening weekend of 2025, becoming the first Nollywood film this year to hit the 200 million naira mark on its opening weekend. Now, the movie was also described as a 5-time box office opening weekend record holder and the biggest weekend admissions in 2025. Now, the film had its advanced screening on December 10 and 11 before officially opening in cinemas nationwide on December 12. Announcing the milestone in an Instagram post, Film One wrote, "We call her the queen of box office for a reason. Thank you, Nigeria, for showing up." Filling cinemas and spreading the word. Behind the Scenes crossed 200 million naira in just one weekend, broke 5 opening weekend records, and became the biggest opening of 2025. It's your love that made this possible. All right, moving on. Spotify names Davido Omalay's hits most shared Nigerian song of 2025. Our singer and songwriter David Adeleke, popularly known as Davido, and Omalay's collaboration with You topped Spotify's list of most shared Nigerian songs in 2025. Spotify, in its 2025 Wrapped data for Nigeria, said the track emerged as the most forwarded and reposted song across private and public digital spaces. NAN reports on Monday that according to Spotify, this underscores how music functions as a powerful social connector among Nigerians. It also reflects a broader trend in which Nigerians use music as a personal handshake in song form, a way to say, "I'm thinking of you," without typing a word. Rema's Fun followed closely at number 2, dominating Snapchat and Instagram platforms where music sharing is tied to self-expression. Listeners suggest that sharing the song is less about private messaging and more about identity performance. Burna Boy's Love, which ranked 3rd, circulated widely across Snapchat, Instagram, Stories, and WhatsApp. Now, the song became one many Nigerian chose to wear on their digital sleeves, moving fluidly across group chats and feeds. Listeners said it created a shared emotional warmth. Faith-based such as Lawrence Oyo's Favor placed fourth, while No Turning Back 2 by Quickly, before we go on a break, artists are raising the alarm over AI-generated songs impersonating their real songs. This is a concern that they've raised, especially foreign artists raising this particular concern. But then again, we want to know what your opinion is on this. What's your opinion on the trend of AI-generated songs? Have you ever listened to any AI-generated songs? How are you able to tell all of those answers? We want you to provide them. Of course, you can go on Facebook and drop a comment on our post. Facebook at Today95.1fm. The post is there, so you can go there and drop a comment. You can as well go on X and drop comments at TodayFM951, or you can send a message, a regular text message or a WhatsApp message to 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. What do you think about the trend of AI generated songs? Have you ever listened to any of them? And if you have, how were you able to, tell apart the real and, of course, the AI generated one? Well, we'll go on a break. When we come back, Anastasia and I will come and then give you some juicy gist in the world of entertainment. Still entertainment today on Today 95.1 FM. Do stay with us.
Something about you I can't explain. The feeling you bring make me craze. I can't deny it, I love you. It's you I want, I love you.
And welcome back to Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM. My name is Faustina.
And Anastasia.
All right, so just before we went on the break, we did ask questions about AI-generated songs, and artists are raising concerns about it. With the advent of AI, a lot of things are happening, and some people are afraid for their jobs. I know people talked about the fact that, AI
is going to take our jobs from us.
Absolutely. So I don't know if it's going to take the job of real artists. But I feel like if you know yourself, if you have the musical prowess, however, in whatever ways that you have it, you shouldn't be worried about AI coming to take.
No, I
your
think
place.
you should be, because
I
it's
should be worried.
unlocking a new wave of envy. Because among these artists, imagine doing something great and AI does it better. Then you have to start thinking of yourself, why didn't I think this way? So it waters down creativity in a way. That's what I think. So we should be worried that AI is coming to
So
take...
are we looking at creativity in humans, and then we're talking about creativity in artificially generated form now?
It's better. Listen to any AI-generated song.
You listen to it?
Yes.
Okay, I listened to one song.
Yeah.
I don't know, there's an artist, but the setting of the song, I think I saw it on YouTube. I listened to the song, I saw the cover of the song, and I felt there was something off. Maybe it is. So how were you able to tell?
It's just... Okay, let me say, if you're saying something like A, and I think makes it A+, that's how I think it's just better. I don't know, you should listen to this song by Fave, Intentions. The original cover came out and everybody was like, oh. But then when the AI version came out, everyone was like, oh my gosh, she had to do a remix for that song. So that's how serious it just makes it better. So you don't even know what you're listening to. You don't know it's AI song.
But how about the connection? There has to be connection as well. I need to be able to connect that. Oh, this is an artist. Like
he sings in the artist's voice. He uses the tone and the lyrics, everything, the instrument pattern. Is the same thing.
But it's different from the artist's voice singing.
That's
I know
what
they do the mixing and mastering, but then again, the artist is the... Okay, so I want to be able to listen to Davido, right? And not some form of... I know they mix the songs already, but then when it's AI generated, there is something deeper there.
He sings in the artist's voice.
Okay, in the artist's voice, not the
Everything.
artist's voice. All right, moving on to this particular story here. I'm just waiting for a response, because definitely something would come up. Davido brought toxicity rivalry to Nigerian music industry, Sam Clef claims. Now, record producer Sam Clef is accusing Davido of spearheading toxicity and rivalry in the Nigerian music industry. Now, he made the claim while reacting to a tweet by a fellow producer turned singer, Fields, expressing concern over the toxicity and comparisons in the Nigerian music industry. Music was meant to be enjoyed, not to be compared. This comparison game is hurting the sound and culture more than we can ever know, Fields wrote. Reacting, Sam Clef claimed that there was mutual respect in the Nigerian music industry when Wizkid and Olamide held sway as the young stars until Davido joined them. He claimed that with Davido's entry came toxicity, cultist mindset, threats, and streaming fraud. Sam Clef said that the music industry wasn't supposed to be competitive or a rivalry ground. He wrote, okay, so this is him quoting. Now, because of time, well, I think a healthy competition is good.
Yeah. But then I also think the evolution of modern music has also changed. It's not the same. People now use curse words. It's not just Davido. If you look at the American scene too, music back then was a bit very emotional and love focused, but now it's all about anything you can just tell the curse words.
There was also I think that would even depend on genres of music, because there was some hip hop, it's like that, even before now in the American foreign setting.
But it wasn't that pronounced. I mean, people like Elvis were still taking. I mean, back then when the songs were still, it's always like love song. People have accused American musicians of the same thing. So him saying now it's Davido, it's looking like it's just Davido that is causing the toxicity in Afrobeat. No, it's always been that way. Music change, taste change, things come up, and
then the culture itself.
Yeah,
changes.
Everything. So it's not just Davido.
But one would want to look at the healthiness of this. Like I mentioned earlier, healthy competition, a little bit of, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. It's good for the business. And that's a way that some of them, they sell their music or their records. So you hear that, this one is beefing the other. Yeah, beef.
Yeah, it's also the fan base. What this person wants. Some of them are actually fanning because of Davido brings this persona or this mindset or whatever he's saying. So that's why somebody wants to be with Davido. So it's just...
Okay. All right. But let's quickly look at this before we go. I mean, the story around and about Regina Daniels, her husband. Okay, now is a former now. Okay, the process hasn't been completed. But then the story of Regina Daniels, Ned Woko, and recently Regina Daniels has come out to say that no mother can be at peace while separated from her children. She lamented while she was on a video call to her kids, and she's trying to call out her husband for trying to weaponize child custody. But I understand the place of a woman in children's life, and I understand that, normally you'd want your both parents, to
be in the picture.
Absolutely. And for kids, they're very young.
Yeah.
The kids are very young.
She's a mother, and every mother would do the same thing. Regina Daniel is a mother, and a mother would fight for the custody of the kids. So she's... I mean, we were already expecting her to say this thing earlier on. It's just that it's coming up now. I mean, when all this thing was happening, I was thinking, okay, when is she going to talk about the kids? When is she going to say something, I want my children? But I'm happy she's saying it now. So, yeah.
Okay. I think that conversations have been about the kids as well. Maybe not from them really specifically, but people have talked about the fact that you need to consider, or they need to consider the children in all of this. But this... frequently calling out themselves. How is it helpful to the children? That's another thing. Yeah. You're always in the news. Me, my husband, and all of those. One way or the other, the kids will grow up, and then it's internet.
Yeah.
Right? So they'll
never
see
forget.
it. So you never forget. Anyways, that is our show Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Queen will be here tomorrow, and Anastasia will be here tomorrow as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, my name is Faustina Oputu.
And I am Anastasia.
To the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are Voice of the People. Voice of the People. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now, make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore.
As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody. Yeah!
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Hello and good afternoon. This is the World News on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I am Faustina Oputu. And the headlines. Federation Account Allocation Committee shares over 1 trillion naira November 2025 revenue. Senate criticizes multiple budget implementations in single fiscal year. Tension rises in Andoni amid killing of 8 people in renewed cult violence. On the foreign scene, ICC appeals chamber rejects Israel's bid to block Gaza war crimes probe. Details shortly. And now the details of the news. A total sum of 1.928 trillion naira, representing the November 2025 Federation account revenue, has been shared among the federal government, state government, and local government councils. The allocation was made at the December 2025 meeting of the Federation Account Allocation Committee, FAC, held in Abuja. According to a communique issued after the meeting, the distributable revenue comprised the 1.43 trillion naira in statutory revenue, 485.838 billion naira from value-added tax (VAT), and 39.646 billion naira from electronic money transfer levy, out of a total gross revenue of 2.343 trillion naira recorded for the month. From the 1.928 trillion naira shared, the federal government received 747.159 billion naira, states got 601.731 billion naira, our local government councils received 445.266 billion naira, with 134.355 billion naira paid to oil producing states at 13% derivation revenue. The communique noted declines in major revenue sources including VAT, companies' income tax, petroleum profit tax, hydrocarbon tax, import duty, and oil and gas royalties in November 2025, while only excise duty recorded a moderate increase. The Nigerian Senate has condemned the practice of implementing multiple budgets within a single fiscal year, describing it as unacceptable to Nigerians and urging normalization from 2026. The concern was raised during an interactive session between the Senate Committee on Finance, chaired by Senator Sani Musa, and the federal government's economic team on the 2026 to 2028 Medium-Term Expenditure Framework (MTEF) and Fiscal Strategy Paper (FSP). Senators expressed displeasure over the rollover of 70% of the 2025 budget, which occurred due to a shortfall of 30 trillion naira from the projected 40 trillion naira revenue. Senator Danjuma Goje emphasized that the situation of multiple budget implementations is not acceptable and called for things to be normalized from next year. Senator Olalere Oyewumi urged the government to present realistic proposals to avoid repeated non-implementation. To address these issues, Senator Musa assured that normalization in budget projections and implementation would begin from 2026. He announced the creation of a 3-man ad hoc committee to liaise with the Minister of Finance and the Accountant General of the Federation to ensure payments to local contractors for 2024 projects are completed before the year ends. In the meantime, the federal government has disclosed that about 70% of the 2025 national budget will be rolled over into 2026. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Waledu, made this known during a one-day interactive session between the Senate Committee on Finance and members of President Bola Tinubu's economic team on the 2026 to 2028 Medium-Term Expenditure Framework and the fiscal strategy paper. Edung explained that only about 30% of the 2025 budget has been fully funded, making it necessary to roll over the remaining 70% into 2026. He said the 2024 budget had been extended and largely implemented, particularly on the capital expenditure side, with funds still available to complete outstanding projects. The finance minister noted that government revenue projections rose from 20 trillion naira in 2024 to 40 trillion naira in 2025. But actual revenue performance lagged behind expectations, stressing the need to shift focus from borrowing to improved revenue mobilization. According to him, while significant efforts had been made to boost revenue, a more robust revenue optimization program would be required in 2026 to support economic growth through savings and productive investments. A former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, has accused the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, of conducting a politically motivated witch hunt against him, calling on the Commission's chairman to recuse himself from an ongoing investigation and threatened prosecution. In a statement issued, Malami alleged that the probe and his detention were driven by personal animosity linked to his recent defection to the African Democratic Congress, ADC, and a long-standing grievance arising from the Justice Ayo Salami Judicial Commission of Inquiry, which probed corruption allegations within the EFCC during his tenure as Attorney General. He described the investigation as marked by illegal detentions, media harassment, and procedural abuses, insisting the EFCC under its current leadership cannot conduct a fair and objective probe. Malami demanded that the matter be transferred to another government agency to ensure impartiality and urged the Attorney General of the Federation to intervene, warning of further institutional damage if the situation persists. He also called for immediate arraignment before a competent court in line with constitutional provisions, accused the EFCC of planning to rely on questionable witnesses, and said he seeks to clear his name transparently through lawful judicial processes, stressing that the law must remain supreme above politics and personal interests. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has denied reports that it plans to hold state and local government congresses of the party in the near future. The clarification follows a publication claiming that the party's national chairman, Senator David Mark, had directed members to conduct elections at state and local government levels. In a statement jointly signed by Kingsley Oga, Kogi State ADC Chairman and Chairman of the ADC Chairman's Forum, and Kennedy Odio, Edo State ADC Chairman and Secretary of the Forum, the party described the publication as false and forged. The statement said the Chairman's Forum met with Senator Mark, during which he reportedly confirmed that the document did not originate from his office, was unknown to the National Working Committee NWC, and had neither been authorized nor endorsed by him. The party warned members, stakeholders, and the public to completely disregard the publication, emphasizing that any claims suggesting upcoming congresses are false. The statement reaffirmed the ADC's loyalty to the Senator David Mark-led NWC and reiterated its commitment to the party's success in forthcoming elections, including the 2027 general elections. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Do stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying tuned and welcome back to the rest of the stories. The International Human Rights Commission, Nigeria, has cautioned that emergency powers granted to the president must not be used to override the mandate freely given to elected officials by the people. The country director of IHRC Nigeria chapter, Ambassador Abdullahi Adamu, who spoke in reaction to the Supreme Court ruling affirming the president's authority to proclaim a state of emergency and remove elected officials, noted that while such powers are recognized in constitutional democracies to address grave threats like insecurity or breakdown of public order, the exercise requires extreme caution and robust constitutional safeguards. He acknowledged that the judgment could strengthen executive capacity to maintain stability in times of crisis, but warned that democracy is rooted not only in decisive executive action, but also in respect for the rule of law and the will of the electorate. According to him, the removal of duly elected officials through emergency proclamations raises serious concerns as elected leaders derive their authority from the people, and any suspension of that mandate must be legally justified and carefully constrained. He further warned that emergency rule naturally concentrates power in the executive and, without clear limits on duration, scope and oversight, risks undermining separation of powers, weakening the legislature and reducing judicial scrutiny. Tension has been reported in several communities in Andoni local government area of Rivers State following a resurgence of insecurity that has claimed the lives of at least 8 people within the past week. Today FM correspondent gathered that 30 persons were killed last week, 1 on Sunday, another yesterday, and 3 others in the early hours of today at the fishing settlement, bringing the total number of deaths to 8. Information available links the killings to a supremacy battle between suspected members of the MEND and Iceland cult groups whose activities have forced many residents to flee the area for safety. Condemning the violence, the Obolo Youth Coalition in Andoni LGA described the killings as egregious and deeply disturbing, warning that the renewed insecurity poses a serious threat to peace and stability in the region. In a statement, the River State's chairman of the coalition, Jonathan Aina, called for a concerted effort involving government, security agencies, community leaders, and residents to address the root causes of the violence, while appealing to youth to shun violence and embrace peace. The group urged increased security presence, improved intelligence gathering, and stronger community engagement to restore stability and prevent further bloodshed, and called on the Andoni local government chairman to promise River State Governor Simalai Fabara and the Commissioner of Police, Lugbenga Depoju, to take immediate action, especially ahead of the Yuletide. While the River State Police Command is yet to confirm the killing of 3 persons in the early hours of today, the coalition demands that those responsible be apprehended and prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Moving on to the foreign scene, the Appeals Chamber of the International Criminal Court, ICC, has rejected Israel's legal challenge seeking to halt an investigation into alleged crimes committed during its war on Gaza, dealing a setback to efforts to derail the case. In a decision, the judges upheld a lower court ruling allowing the ICC prosecutor to continue investigating alleged war crimes and crimes against humanity arising from Israel's military campaign following the Hamas-led attack on southern Israel on October 7, 2023. The ruling clears the way for the continuation of the court's Palestinian investigation, which resulted in the issuance of arrest warrants in November last year for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant. Israel, which does not recognize the jurisdiction of the Hague-based court, had argued that the prosecutor was required to issue a fresh notification before probing events after October 7, claiming the Gaza assault constituted a new situation triggered by additional referrals from countries including South Africa, Chile, and Mexico. The judges rejected that argument, ruling that the original 2021 notification opening the Palestine investigation already covered subsequent events and no new notification was required, leaving the arrest warrants intact. The decision comes as the humanitarian toll in Gaza continues to mount, with health authorities reporting tens of thousands of Palestinians killed and injured since the start of the war. And in sports, the special advisor to the River State Governor on Political Affairs and Strategy, Forgiven Amakri, has stressed the need for young athletes to participate actively in sporting activities to promote peace, unity, love, and understanding in communities. Amakri, a legal practitioner, made the remarks while declaring open 2025 edition of Odumaye Peace and Unity Football Club competition held at State School 2 Field, Rumekbe, in Emoa local government area of River State. He noted that the competition had paved the way for development to thrive in Rumekbe, stressing that Coming together as one strong, united family after passing through internal crisis some years ago was a confirmation that sports is the best way to go.
I've seen wonderful talents here, hidden talents, untapped talents that if given the privilege and opportunity, they're going to make meaningful contribution into football in Nigeria. I enjoy football scouts to come to the rural areas like this. They will see raw talents, real ones that will help enhance the fortunes of football in Nigeria.
In his welcome address, the program coordinator of the tournament, Pastor Innocent Okogbule, who doubles as the legal practitioner, noted that the event was a significant milestone aimed at fishing out hidden talents that will represent the local government, state and nation globally.
Some of us who played in this field never had the opportunity you have today. We merely play for the fun and love of football, but today we have the opportunity to make a career in football. Let us join hands together to promote football in this community. Football itself promotes friendship and takes you away from crimes and criminality. With Christ and football, we can have peace in our community. It will be inevitable.
He, however, observed that the event was in honor of late Sunday Okogbule, who made enormous sacrifices to keep the community together by engaging in sports, especially wrestling, which reigned during his days.
This signature competition is in honor of late Sunday Okogbule, who was fondly called Odunayo, a man who was an orphan but grew through solitude and hard work to be known for integrity and transparency. He promoted peace and community development. During his lifetime, he loved sports and education and participated actively in wrestling, which was the flagship sporting activity in their time.
Earlier, the immediate past Vice-Chancellor of River State University, Professor Nleru Mokogwuli, officiated by kick-starting the game played between Senses Solar Energy and All Stars Football Club. Today FM, Magnus Wawa reports that the annual event sponsored by Sunday Okogbule Foundation was also attended by ex-football stars and ended up with SOSA's Solar Energy scoring 3 goals against All Stars Football Club, which scored 2 goals. To the news, here's a summary of the major stories. The Federation Account Allocation Committee has shared over 1 trillion naira November 2025 revenue. The Nigerian Senate has criticized the multiple budget implementations in a single fiscal year. We told you that tension has been reported in Andoni LGA amid the killing of 8 people in renewed call to violence. And on the foreign scene, you also heard that the ICC Appeals Chamber has rejected Israel's bid to block Gaza war crimes probe. And that's the news is edited by Stella Sasongo Kuri. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. Follow us on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram and X at Today95.1fm. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I am Faustina Uputu. Good afternoon and thank you for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports.
3 days. 1 God, 1 sound, 1 stage. 1 million man worship. 3rd edition. Happening live at Yakubu Gowon Stadium, Stadium Road, Elekaya, Port Harcourt, River State. Date 19 to 21st December 2025. Time 4 p.m. daily. Ministry, Dusi Uyeko, Steve Crown, Travis Green, GUC, Wisdom K, Chinyere Udoma, Ada Ehi, God's Will Oil, Reverend Atenega, E-Ben, K-Strings, Gaze Baba, Joe Praise, Owe Abutu, Afi Douglas, Deborah, Prince Emmanuel, Minister Ale, Victor Sam, Victor Udo, Happy Pats, Sam Daniel, African Joy, Shinelu. Also ministering, Pastor Dr. Paul and Dr. Mrs. Becky Paul Enenche, Reverend Professor Mosi Maduba, Apostle Zili Agre, Reverend Dr. Minebi Dagogo Jack, Pastor Hilary Ulumanze, Reverend Chris Ugo, Pastor George Izunwa, and Reverend Larry Olushe. Access is free. 1 million man worship. Jesus is in our city.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1
Please listen to this infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, where they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support the country healthcare system. Quatliman, correct, holistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Food ground, as every Christmas, have been boundary. Sickness self, sabi medicine, will pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International, go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition wey don become ogbarogba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices wey near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now we
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special end-of-the-year promo package. This end-of-the-year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This end-of-the-year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries and services, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is male-related health challenges. And I have with me in the studio Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Man problem can be seen in men whenever it frequently occurs that a man is unable to satisfy his partner when it comes to man and woman interaction. It can feature in many ways. In some, it is possible for them to experience poor energy, a situation where a man is unable to get into the act at all. In some are preparing to get into the act, but unfortunately, they just discover that the energy dropped. That is called early ejaculation. It is possible for a man to get into the act and discover that he is unable to stay more than a minute. That is called premature ejaculation, as the case may be. Some may experience total loss of energy. In some, it can be as a result of excessive tiredness after the whole exercise. And some can experience total loss of the energy for even weeks or months. A number of factors can be responsible for this. In some, it can be as a result of infections, of which staphylococcal infection, gonococcal infection are inclusive. There are other infections that are capable of destroying the nerves or the blood volume, making a man to become totally weak. It is not only infections that do destroy the energy in men that have to do with satisfying their partner. When one has used some drugs for a very long period of time, it is possible for one to experience this. In some, it can be as a result of drug abuse. Drug abuse can feature in many ways. Some do abuse alcohol. Some do abuse energizers. People that are faced with sugar problem, that is, diabetes mellitus, if it is not controlled properly, it can weaken the nerves, and under that condition, a man may not be able to stand like a real man again. It is possible for a man suffering from pile to also be very weak in this aspect. And under this condition, there will be serious waist pains. Not only waist pains, there can be stooling of blood. In some, you discover that there can be serious constipation, a situation where a man will wake up and is unable to free his fecal waste. He has to take some regimens for him to be free from such as well. It is possible when there are hormonal changes in a man for a man to be very weak in these aspects. Stress also has a role to play. We should not forget that under depression, the energy a man needs to get into this act can disappear completely. Whichever the case may be, we have to understand this line of action in a man, that before a man is able to stand like a real man, the arousal center in the brain must be stimulated. And it is after this stimulation that energy or signal is sent to the male organ through nerves. And after getting it through nerves, we need volume of blood for engorgement of tissues in the male organ for a man to stand like a real man. And anything that is capable of destroying the blood cells, the blood volume, can also make a man to be totally weak in performing his duty in the second room. And that is why we say, whenever we are faced with any challenge, it is very important for one to visit a health caregiver who will be able to evaluate one and determine the root cause of the challenge. And after this, to know the right regimen to put together for one to be totally free from the challenge. And that is why evaluation from health caregivers is very important, to pinpoint the root cause of the challenge. And once the root cause of the challenge is determined, you will discover that solution to such challenge is around the corner. Prostatic gland enlargement also have a role to play in a situation where a man is not able to stand like a real man. When the prostate starts growing after 55 years of age in some people, you will discover that there can be frequency. A situation where when a man sleeps at night, before daybreak, he has voided urine for more than 5, 6, or even 10 times. The volume is not always a very large one, like in diabetes mellitus. But after that stage, you discover that the stream of flow of urine will not have the normal force it used to have, or it may start splitting to two. It is when nothing is done for all these challenges that such will now result to total blockage of flow of the urine. And that is why we say a stitch at a time saves 9. Having all these challenges is not the end of the road. For more enlightenment and advice, the number you can call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special end-of-the-year promo package. This end-of-the-year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Quantly correct bakelistic ogbonge herbal medicine, they know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Full ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Ubarumba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now you.
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special end-of-the-year promo package. This end-of-the-year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. Number 24 Equator Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
Girls in my crib, zero Snapchat. Sting, the vibe might start falling like London Bridge. I don't care if I saw you in a magazine or if you're on TV. That one don't mean nothing.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South Sound, Nigeria, or around the world.